Did I say 2025? It's actually 2026. Was just checking if you're listening, you see? Rosemary Graham. I was just checking if you were hearing me. Just checking out if you're listening, yeah? Suzette, hi. Suzette, are you from Manchester? Suzette, except was your bit. Oh, gracious. What a wonderful girl you are. You're not from Manchester? Where in the world are you from, Suzette? By the way, Suzette, you know, you have had some disappointments. When you were a teenager, Suzette, you had some setbacks in your life, but things are going to come together for you very soon, okay? Suzette, all right, great. I see you had some disappointments, Suzette, when you were around 17. Between 16 and 17, yeah, you had some very unfortunate circumstances in your life, but it's gonna come together for you, girl. As a matter of fact, I could tell you exactly what happened to you at 17. You know, I could, but I'm sure 16 or 17, yeah. Matter of fact, I see something pursuing you, you know, Suzette, and it's gonna come together. 3 years. Eight 876-858-9553. Politics Plus is on tonight. 3 years, Suzette. 3 years. You're gonna see wonderful things happening in your life. Not in 3 years. Not May. Look out for May. May, oh, Suzette, I tell you. Oh. By the way, Suzette, where's your father? Where your daddy? Where your daddy there? All right, Caroline, great. Oh, he's in. You're in Jamaica, girl? Are you in Jamaica? Suzette is on. Yup. Not a psychic at all. Not a psychic, no. Yeah, so you're in Jamaica? Talk to me, girl. Are you in Jamaica? the path for you, Suzette, the path is going to come together. It's going to come nicely together. Suzette, do you have a daughter? Let's do this again. I'm coming to the door. All right, so your teenage years were not very pleasant, huh? They have affected you a bit, but you're gonna wipe those away, and you're gonna press forward, and great things will happen for you. Okay, great things will happen for you. I tell you this, my sister, you are being pursued by purpose. Purpose pursues you, Suzette, and you're gonna be all right. There's a divine appointment for you, you know, Suzette, and mark my word, you'll see it unfold in the next 3 years. You're gonna be okay. Eight 768589553 is your WhatsApp number in Jamaica. Jamaica, wonderful. Your neighbor is here with Caroline. Oh, we're with you until 9 o'clock. What a show. Oh, Politics Plus with your neighbor. Fantastic Tuesday as you drive home from work, eh? Back of your car, my goodness, you're in KFC drive-through. Come through for you, 2-piece or 3. Or a kid's meal. Or you're at Burger King or you're at Juicy Patties right now, eh? Plug in your phone and you have your earphones in because you gotta listen to the show, eh? Fantastic, you're in the right place on the right time. We're with you until 9. Everything is fine. Time to rise and time to shine. You are yours and you're mine. Meantime, we have Suzette. She's in Jamaica. Yes, Suzette. Tech set must your bet. Oh my goodness, they can't test you, Suzette. Pursued by purpose, my dear girl. Pursued by purpose. Favor. There's favor on you, yeah? Your grandmother, Suzette, your grandmother, loved you a lot. Yeah, your grandmother loved you a lot. And she prayed a very special prayer for you. And, you're gonna be fine, my girl. Let's get the show on the road. Let's jump over to St. Mary and say good evening to Caroline. Hello, Caroline. How are you doing?
Good evening, neighbor. I'm doing all right.
Doing all right.
How are you?
Is it still raining in St. Mary? Is it still raining there?
No, we didn't have any rain today. Can you hear can you hear those things in the background that makes that sound?
Crickets. They're crickets, eh?
Yeah, those crickets. Can you hear them?
You don't like them?
Well, I haven't heard them in a while, so it's like, interesting.
Yes, that's quite true. That you don't hear those things in Florida nor in Kingston, eh?
Yes, not.
There are just too much lights in the capital city, but in the country. So the sun is back out in St. Mary, and you had a great day.
My day was okay. I was just very busy.
Very busy today.
Uh-huh.
I think the neighborites should understand that you're still on vacation, are you not?
Yes, I am.
Well, thank you for joining us here tonight, and we appreciate your staying with us. And
of course, Neighbour, it's a pleasure. Good evening, listeners. Please tap the screen and share the live. Also, please remember to press that white arrow at the bottom and then that yellow circle to repost. And also, please support the live goals. Have a great show, Neighbour.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Listeners, I'm not seeing the repost. I'm asking everyone to repost the live as we speak.
Sam Cooke did the original, eh? This is the instrumental version. Jamaica Princess. Oh, you're the queen in the scene. Princess. Oh, beauty. Beauty like wow. The nulls? Winston Morgan. Oh, hi, sir. Great night to you, sir. It's Sandro. Hi. Hi, Shani. How you doing? Of Sam Cooke on your app. Oh, it's evening, eh? Oh, 20 minutes after 7 o'clock. You ever change your mind? Yeah, me too. Okay, good luck. All right. Well, the X Factor before we go to the notes.
Neighbour?
Yeah.
Neighbour?
Hi, Caroline. Hi.
Yes, hi. Can I speak to the neighbor rights for a moment, please?
Go ahead.
And neighbor rights, good evening again. I just want to let you know that, you have your role to play. It is your responsibility to ensure that the screen is being tapped, the live is being shared. Okay, so let us all just play our role. I'd really appreciate it. Please help me to encourage everyone to do that.
So the People's National Party, they have put out a statement on the Maduro situation. Wow. By the way, I understand that Nikisha Burchell, she has several accounts collecting contributions to hurricane recovery. Wow.
Neighbor, could you please adjust the screen?
Say that, Caroline.
Please adjust the screen.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, great.
Thank you.
Let's get the show on the road, yeah? 26. Glorious 26 minutes on the north of 7 o'clock. Great night to everybody. Thank you. Thank you for making this your little space to hang out with us at 7 o'clock at night. Thank you so much. Wherever in the world you are. I appreciate you. Fantastic. Great. Please share and repost the live. And please remember that we depend on your support to press on. And our Zelle account is 954-635-8732. Before we leave here at 9 o'clock, there should be something there to help us with tomorrow's show. And please send us a gift in this space. Keep the page as active as you can. So the opposition People's National Party is urging the government to stand up for and unequivocally support long-standing principles of international law following the capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro by the United States. In a statement Tuesday, the PNP, Jamaica's main opposition party, said the events of January 3 underscore the need to reaffirm rule-based international governance, respect for national sovereignty, and strict limits to the use of force under international law. Said the PNP, we recognize that the use of force to effect regime change or to secure other political or economic interests in the Caribbean threatens our region's peace and security, and risk broader conflict and the further descent into a more dangerous and secure world, to the common detriment of mankind. The party said. It should be noted that the party has a socialist roots, historically drew close to Venezuela, particularly under the late Hugo Chavez. Initiatives such as the Petro-Carib Oil for Social programs help support the economies of several Caribbean nations, including Jamaica. The PNP said it remains committed to the principles of self-determination and a nation's autonomy over its natural resources. The PNP said, we reiterate our wish for a return to dialogue in the hope for a peaceful and amicable resolution to the situation in Venezuela. PNP says that the CARICOM should reassert its commitment to restoring and preserving the Caribbean as a zone of peace. All right, comrades, so we got your statement. Thank you. People were wondering when was it going to come? Well, it came. We'll have more on that.
Six. The mouth is for eating. The mouth is for eating. For Korea.
If ever we need.
All right. Mia Motley, she said
It
this.
is a reminder of how unstable and how dangerous this world that we live in is. If ever we needed a reminder of how unstable and how dangerous this world that we live in is, and how vulnerable our Caribbean region is, it is now with us, facing a multiplicity of threats. We don't need to look any further than the menacing vessels, military vessels from the United States across the Caribbean Sea.
You again, Jamaica. I'm going to ask you again. I'm going to ask you again. How can we, as a country, sit and see that 3 men are being killed each day, and we're comfortable with those statistics? So you're telling me that the 311 Jamaicans who were murdered last year were all gunmen? That was a 64% increase in police killings. A 64% increase in police killings. Ishmael take a partition, the partition, there's someone. Put up the wicked commissioner of police. Type that.
Hi, Another edition of Lead Story as we take you through the first day back to school and back to work for many Jamaicans. What is it with the routines that you have, and how has it been impacted by the rain that's currently across all the island? We'll speak with the Met Office first to find out what's going on there. Then we take a look at what's been going on with crime. We've had quite a number of police-involved shootings since the start of the year, even as we ended the year with record lows. What's up with that? Is that going to be...
All right. I'm going to play for you. Stop that. I'm going to play for you a statement today by the lawyers, the Christian lawyers. Listen to it.
As Christian lawyers, the LCF is guided by the biblical principle that all human life is sacred, created in the image of God.
Well, you don't have to be a Christian to. By the way, did Lisa Hanna say that Dr. Chang is the man of the year? Did she say that? Pull up that. Go ahead.
As Christian lawyers, the LCF is guided by the biblical principle that all human life is sacred, created in the image of God.
Okay, so you don't have to be Christian lawyers to do that. The sacredness of life is not only a Christian principle. Okay, so it's not because you are Christian lawyers why you are taking this position. Mrs. Helene Coley Nicholson, the sacredness of life is to be respected by all. Okay, good.
The unjust taking of life, whether by criminal elements or by agents of the state acting outside the bounds of law, is a grave moral wrong. The Constitution of Jamaica guarantees the right to life and permits the use of lethal force only where it is strictly necessary, proportionate, and lawful. Any departure from these principles threatens the rule of law and erodes public confidence in the justice system. So the LCF is calling for certain things, and we're condemning all extrajudicial killings and unlawful use of force by state agents. We're calling for prompt, independent, and transparent investigations into all fatal shootings. We support the mandatory use of body-worn cameras in all security operations. We're urging the strengthening of accountability, training, and oversight. We're calling on the church and civil society to pray and to act for justice and peace. As Christian lawyers, the LCF is guided by the biblical principle that all human life is sacred, created in the image of God. The unjust taking of life, whether by criminal elements or by agents of the state acting outside the bounds of law, is a grave moral wrong. The Constitution.
Mrs. Helene Coley Nicholson ran into some problems there, you know. And I am a little surprised that as lawyers, they would have not been more careful in crafting this release. And I'll point it out to you later. Bear with me. Jamaica's journey is a tale of paradoxes. Progress and pitfalls. Thank you, Kavi. Jamaica has had hopeful days, and Jamaica has had its fair share of despair. We have seen it all. What is clear is that over the last decade, a decade is 10 years, something has shifted in Jamaica. And the Lawyers Christian Fellowship must not only acknowledge the reduction of murders, they ought to commend the government and the security forces for it. It's not sufficient, Miss Helene Coley Nicholson, just to acknowledge it. That's part of what is wrong with Jamaica. It's not sufficient to acknowledge it. What does acknowledge means? Jamaica recorded a 42 or 43% reduction, and all the Lawyers Christian Fellowship can do is to acknowledge it. That's not sufficient. Something has shifted in Jamaica. It appears to me that finally Jamaica is aligning itself with its true potential. And you know, I want to not get into the politics too much tonight. But as I explained to you last night, the paradoxes of our journey. You see, we have had our share of poor leadership. God not sleep, you know. There are Jamaicans whose bones are in their graves tonight that should have been alive. Politicians in this country, you failed your people. There are too much damn cemeteries. Wish I had the power to raise the dead. You check the amount of people that have been unalived in Jamaica over 30 years. Check it. More than 30,000 people. Dovecot, Meadowrest, Maypen, give up the dead. These are Jamaicans that should have never have been unalived. 30,000 people. Let me calm down. Let me calm down. Let me calm down and I'm coming back to you. I come right back.
Please continue to tap and share, please.
You know, it is said, you see, that when a young man dies, his girlfriend will mourn him for weeks because she will find love in the arms of another. His sister will mourn him for months, but his mother, she carries it to the grave. There are so many mothers in this country, so many mothers that have lost their sons to criminals. And the state couldn't do nothing about it. Do you know the story in the Bible of the widow who was going to bury her son? It's the story of the widow of Nain. The Bible said, you see, that Jesus raised the boy by touching the bier. If you are a student of the Bible, this should interest you, you see, because Jesus did not touch the body. He touched the bier, what we would call casket. It wasn't a full casket. It was like a stretcher that they were carrying the boy to be buried. And he touched the bier. That is how you solve crime, you know. Did you know? That act of Jesus is a sociological act. That's how you solve crime. You see, to really have an effect on crime, you have to change the exterior, the causes of crime. Let me not preach. The other reason I want you to understand is that in Israel, women did not work. And so boys were responsible to grow up and take care of their mothers. So for that widow, her pension was going to the grave, you know. The pension, her sustenance was being buried, you know. You know how many mothers in Jamaica are struggling because their son lie down up a dovecot? You know how many mothers are struggling because them son lie down a Meadows or down a Maypen Cemetery? Huh? We have had our share of poor leadership. 18 and a half years of mismanagement, and the consequences were dire. Economic instability, high inflation, and a sense of uncertainty. But to be frank with you, the last 10 years have been a different story. Steady progress, economic growth, and a sense of optimism. And so as we reflect on our journey It's clear that Jamaica's development is a delicate balance between progress and political opportunism. We have made several strides forward, but we can't be complacent. The question is, how do we ensure that our gains are not reversed? How do we preserve the gains for future generation? I am pivoting now. The journey towards a more peaceful society is a complex one because we have normalized violence in this country for far too long. And it's going to take time to shift that culture. But my God, man, we're making progress. But we can't ignore the challenges. And so the recent concerns by the Christians Fellowship, the Lawyers Christian Fellowship, about extrajudicial shootings are valid. The question is, how do we address this? And one solution being proposed by the Christian lawyers is that we equip the police with cameras. I want to argue that Jamaica is not ready for this. Jamaica, not ready for this yet. Here is where it becomes a little ticklish and maybe even controversial. I'm going to repeat. Jamaica, on the journey to a peaceful society, not ready for camera and police yet. Talk is cheap, you hear? Christian lawyers, talk is cheap. I ask you to go and study some sociological theories and you'll realize that this country not ready for that yet. More on that are coming right back. Let's roll on. Our culture is one of aggression. And there is a propensity in Jamaica to challenge the police. There is a culture in Jamaica to challenge the police. And that has elicited a response that some are calling extrajudicial killings. What is extrajudicial killing? The word is being used loosely. That word is being used loosely. Quite frankly, what some are doing is accusing the police of extrajudicial killing. That is wrong. Only Indicom, having completed their investigations, can make that judgment. You can't accuse the police of extrajudicial killing without the evidence. Were you there? Were you an eyewitness? Do you have the details of the circumstances? Let us be careful here. We have to be more responsible. And that is why the strengthening of institutions like Indicom is fundamental. Fundamental in developing the culture of peace. We have to create a culture of respect for the police and the authority of the state. I have lived in Jamaica for more than half a century. I have never had a bad experience with the police. Sometimes I wonder if they target me to stop me on the road. Because almost every time I drive out, I get stopped. Maybe because the little piece of old car old. Do, officers, I beg you no. Anyway. Most of the time, when the police stops me, good morning, sir. They introduce themselves and they ask for my particulars. There have been times when I am wrong, either speeding, don't have on my seatbelt, overtake wrongfully, police drive me down. They have never been rude. And sometimes they come out and they're very firm, they're very strong. And what am I to do? Run them away? Tell them that they must go ask their mother and leave me alone? I mean, I'll give them no paper? No. They are doing their job. And so my response to them will elicit a reciprocal response. So what do? I said, good morning, officer. I realize that the sun is hot on you out here, man. My goodness. If I had a bottle of cold water, I would have given you to drink. How you doing? Thank you, guys. I really want to tell you that I appreciate the hard work that you are out here doing on Jamaica's behalf. Yes, and I will tell them, say, boy, you know, sometimes I understand that your wages are not even enough, but I want to thank you on behalf of the country for the tremendous work you are doing. Okay, mister, but we still want to see you. Not a problem, sir. Here are the documents. You know, officer, I agree that I was speeding, but I am rushing to a meeting that I'm late for. I wonder if you could be discretionary. Well, you know, sir, we can't be discretionary. We have to. I know that, officer, but you know, we know all Jamaicans, man. Give me a chance. But many times before I say, give me a chance, they give me back my documents and say, go ahead, sir, have a great day. Don't slow down. Put on your seatbelt. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with an approach to the officers that elicit a reciprocal? I have broken the law on the road many times, and police ride me down, you know. And by the time they stop me, say, Mr. Officer, can I pray for you today? Can I breathe a word of prayer for you guys to cover you under the blood? They laugh and say, man, what are you a preacher or something? No, man, I that want to pray for you because I know the risk of your job. They shake your hand and they say, you know, take your papers and go on, sir. Have a great day. There are some very decent men and women, the majority of our police are decent Jamaican men and women. Yes. Offer to pray for them. I visit police stations, you know. We need to teach our people that police are there to serve and protect, not to be challenged and provoked. I want to repeat that. We need to teach our people that the police is there to serve and protect, not to be challenged and provoked. Equipping the police with cameras is risky. Repeat, equipping our police with cameras carries risk. Follow me. It is not the panacea, nor is it a silver bullet. It is a tool, but it is not a substitute for building relationship and trust. We need to create an environment where the police feel supported, not scrutinized. The way this is being introduced is not right. The way we are seeking to introduce these cameras is fraught with problems, and the government must be careful. The police must be held accountable. No one is arguing that, but I want you to help me uncover the readiness of Jamaica for this. You see, social change is a gradual process. And we must address the underlying cultural and societal norms that contributes to violence and aggression. Let's dive a little deeper. Let's dive a little deeper. Policing in Jamaica is not like policing in Canada or America. And you hear people make these comparisons. Because Jamaicans are no easy set of people, you know. Let me tell you something. You go into any one of these towns and try to take up the higglers off the street. The higglers, people who are selling on the streets, they don't have any right to be there. There is no law. They don't have no license. Send in the police to take them up if we're bad. Now, you tell me which street in America or Canada higglers take over and police can't go in there to take them up. Taxi men. Oh, they park anywhere. They break the law with impunity. Send the police in. And you will see confrontation. I saw a man drape up a police in halfway tree. Drape up the officer. I see it over in Spalding's. Police is on the ground in his uniform. You drape up police, put them on the ground as a citizen. They can't arrest you because you're a citizen of Jamaica. You're breaking the law. And you are now equipped, you are now putting cameras on the police to go police a society that is culturally disordered, that don't respect the rule of law. You're probably setting up the police. We're not ready for this, you know. You may criticize as much as you want, but you follow me because I can prove this. That this society is not ready for some of these things that the lawyers Christian Fellowship is asking for. Let me tell you something. Laws do not change human behavior. Laws in and of themselves don't shape human behavior, you know. If laws shaped human behavior, men would not commit murder because the punishment for capital murder in Jamaica is the gallows. I mean, you know the Pratt and Morgan case, which has kind of prevented that, human rights and all of that. It is not laws we need. It is a social construct where people abide by the principles set down and agreed upon that shapes a society. It's not legislation. It's not legislation that we need. It's not laws that change people, you know. It is how you order your society. Let me tell you this. I have never seen chaos at the American Embassy on Hope Road. Never. No matter how the line long, me not see no chaos up there. And I've never lived abroad. But people tell me that the same Jamaicans who down here can't go afar it or behave so. The rule of law is something that Jamaicans need to understand. You can't set up stall anywhere in the country, brother. Tomorrow morning, you just go buy 2 bag of bag juice and become a higgler on the street, blocking up traffic. You buy 1 little pro box, you don't get no license for it, but all of a sudden you're running taxi on the road. You don't have no insurance for your car, and police can't talk to you. What can go so? It is the rule of law. The culture needs to shift in Jamaica before we put cameras on our policemen and send them out there. We have to get our people to understand that they must respect the rule of law and that the police is out there to protect them and to enforce the law. Men have opened fire at our policemen here in Jamaica. Pick up machete after them, rock stone, drape up policemen. That is part of a cultural shift that needs to take place in Jamaica. Because it's not easy to police Jamaica. I can tell you the truth, I could not be a police officer in Jamaica, you know, because me no see how you go drape me up. When the government send me out there and put something on my waist, you go and drape me up? No, sir. I have to leave the police force same day. You don't drape me up. And I must tell you this. I lift my hat to some of these policemen, you know. I lift, because let me tell you this. Some of the things that I see them, you know, I heard a man today. Today, I heard a man saying, how he might go box down the police. He might go box down the police. How you mean you box down the police, brother? This is it. You see the disrespect for authority, and it has been allowed too much room. When I went to school, listeners, when I went to school in the 70s, when you went into your classroom, pin could drop. I had a teacher by the name of Mr. Walker in grade 8. Pin could drop when the teacher walked in. And when the teacher walked in, the class stood up. Good afternoon, Mr. Walker. And we don't sit down back till Mr. Walker said, sit down. There was respect for your teacher. When I went to high school, and if Mr. Hamilton was the principal, when Mr. Hamilton was walking the corridors, you go in your class, go sit down. Them a days and them a picking no respect no teacher. Them no respect no principal. Them no respect no pastor. Them no respect no police. We have introduced in our society a sense of lawlessness. And if we don't fix that, we should not put cameras on our policemen and send them out there. There's no respect. Yes? Police right man ticket, interior, dash it down on the ground. I'll dash it in my police face. He not pay nothing. You know, I saw a man breaking the traffic. And his friends told him that there were police up the road And the man say no business with that. He might broke his same way go up there. And he drove on the other side. The police stopped him, gave him a ticket, and he broke it again. No business with that. Because guess what? He didn't have to pay it. The notion of equipping police with cameras, while intended to increase accountability, might actually have unintended consequences. In a society where trust between law enforcement and citizens is fragile, cameras might be perceived as a tool of scrutiny rather than a means of protection. And this could lead to police officers being more cautious, even hesitant. You don't want your police to, in the execution of their duties, be hesitant, fearing that every move is being judged or recorded. In a violent society, this hesitation could put the police at risk. I'm telling you, when the people, see the people them, everything them take out their phone. Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But imagine you going out into a society which is violent, aggressive. Violence is being meted out to you as an officer. Aggression, people are being aggressive because they know that you are being scrutinized. They'll abuse it. And so my argument is that we first should have a conversation about how are we going to change the culture to one of reciprocal respect, where citizens respect the police and the police respects the citizens. Because I have not had any bad experience with any police in Jamaica. Not. You see, as I said to you earlier, laws alone don't change human behavior. What's needed is a cultural shift towards respect. Respect for authority. Look at how them treat the Prime Minister in Jamaica. Look at how they treat him. No respect. No respect for the office of the Prime Minister. We have to have a reset of morals in this country. We have to have a reset of values. The moral fabric of the society is torn, and we are not going to have peace by talking about peace. We need to get our people to understand that they must respect the law. You break the law, there's a fine. You can't just sell anywhere, piss anywhere. I saw circulating on TikTok, two people purportedly in Spanish Town having sex. And people were filming it and posting it online. That is what we have. That's not funny, People were having sex on their steps. I don't know if they're crazy or what, but people were filming it and call, TikTok, look at this. There is a sense of barbarism in this society, you know. There's a sense of barbarism among some of us. We don't respect no law. We don't respect no space. You know, I go to funerals so many times, and I hear pastors begging the people just to be respectful in the church. You don't respect church. You don't respect nobody. You see what happened when KFC was giving away 2 pieces of free chicken the other day? How Jamaicans embarrassed themselves. You can't control people at church, you know. They want to do what they want to do. Many churches are very, very wary of having a funeral, because when the people them come there, Lord Jesus, we need to shift the culture. No, we're not cameras. No, it's not cameras we need. We need respect for law. We need to develop a society where people respect the authority. When a policeman stop you, you stop. And if a policeman come into your community, yes, once they are empowered by the law, you don't open fire on the police. How can you do that? They come to arrest you, then you submit yourself to them. Yes, be arrested and go through the process. But a lot of our people retaliate. And I can't sit here and talk about extrajudicial because I don't know about it. I don't witness none. And I can't go with what the news says, because I have to wait on the authority instituted to investigate these matters to so rule. And until that agency rules, I can't go talking about extrajudicial killings. That's wrong. You may opine that it is so, but it don't have to be so. Were you on the scene? Did you watch any footage that shows that? Because I can tell you that when the police feel supported and respected, they are more likely to act with confidence and professionalism. In this context, cameras might become a symbol of protection rather than for scrutiny. But if our citizens are taught to respect the police and respond appropriately, officers will feel more assured, and cameras will simply be a tool to reinforce respect. My listeners, it's a chicken and egg problem. Do we equip the police with cameras to increase accountability? Or do we first develop a culture of respect and trust? And I am arguing that we do the latter first. Let us first change the culture. We're not ready for that yet. Let us change the culture first. Let us launch a campaign of values again, of attitudes, of respect for law, of respect for authority. As part of the introduction of accountability, it should not come out by itself. It's detrimental. If it is not managed properly, we could run into several problems. Let us begin to shift the culture towards respect and trust of these officers. When you see a police, you must feel assured or reassured that here comes an officer of the state that is going to protect protect you. Because if we rush to surveillance without addressing the underlying issues, we risk exacerbating the problem. You don't want your police, men and women, to be demoralized. You want them on the offensive, confident that they have the support of not only the Jamaican state, but of the Jamaican people. I think we should focus on building that culture of respect where police feel valued and supported. And it comes through education. It also comes through police training. And when we have achieved a certain level of trust and understanding, then we introduce the cameras as a useful tool. Cameras should not be a hindrance, but rather a useful tool. Because I want to repeat that our complex policing environment is not easy to police here in Jamaica. And I want you to understand, listeners, that police are human beings, Police, men and women, are human beings with families. Police have fears, You know that police have instincts. Sometimes they're anxious. You think it's easy to get a call from your commander to say, I have to send you into such and such a community because men are there with automatic rifles, and you must jump on one in a police unit that is not armored and go into there. You don't think you're going there with a certain level of anxiety, no matter how trained you are. And when you think about your wife at home and your little sweet daughter and your little son, and that this could be your last night because you are now going out there to put your life at risk because this is your job. Thugs, heavily armed thugs in the dark of nights. You don't think police think about their wives? You don't think they think about their girlfriends? And when they drive up and they hear the sounds coming at them, what are they to do? Run? Run? And they are operating in a context where colleagues have been unalived. Did you know that policemen have at the back of their minds that some of their own have been unalived? And that they are constantly under threat? Have you ever thought of that? And in situations like these, the police might perceive a threat even when it is not explicitly there. There is a psychology behind this that I think a lot of you miss. That when you are policing a society that is violent, don't tell me about America and Canada. When you are policing a society that you know that the people are aggressive. Move and keep moving. Who will move? Not our people, Jamaica. Move where? And who the boy you talk to? Who the police boy you talk to? Who the police boy you talk to? Move where? Now move go away. Away. And when the police know that, even when the threat is not explicitly there, he feels threatened. And I don't know how mature my audience is, so I have to be very careful here, you know. But you see this shoot first mentality, it can be a defensive mechanism, you know, a way to protect themselves from potential harm. And that is because there is an insidious threat at all times, because this is just the reality of Jamaica. It is a violent society. And I can just imagine the racing of their hearts as they take cover. I can just imagine how anxious they are as they have to take cover sometimes. These are real situations that they face, you know. When you hear the police report that men opened fire at them, you think it's joke? You think it's joke? You think it's a joke that men, armed men, open fire at our police? And why would they open fire? To scare them away? Don't you live in Jamaica? Don't you know that they have had to bury some of their own? What are you talking about? It isn't necessarily a justification for what we term quote-unquote extrajudicial killing, you know. But it is a factor to consider when examining police actions. You have to create a more gentler society, a society that responds to law and to order. It is a cultural challenge. Because when the police expects violence, when they expect it, let me tell you something. I ran 2 institutions in this country. And at one time I had 60 students. And I can tell you, some of them have absolutely zero respect for authority. None. None. And of them you talk to. Gentlemen, please stand up. And then sit down. And you can't get them up. Gentlemen, please move over there. And then you talk to. What are you to do? Tell me which town in Jamaica that the police can go into and take up the higglers off the street and tell them they can't do it. As the police gone, they go back. Take away what? And this is the society that we want to strap our police with cameras and say, go on out there. Go on out there with them. You talk to teachers. Talk to teachers. And you get an understanding of the type of society that we have here in Jamaica. With all of our successes in economic development, in human development, in crime, in infrastructure, we still have a broken society. We still have a broken society because violence was allowed to become part of the social fabric of our country. We saw violence as a social transaction. And that culture remains among us today. It must be broken. We must chip away at it before we introduce first world things. Jamaica not ready for that yet. We need to fix our people and get them to understand respect. Respect your teacher, respect your principal, respect your parents. You hear some picnic in Jamaica, how them talk to their mother and their father. No respect. You can't even talk to them on the road. You see them on road, you better leave them alone. Then send you upon your mother. Yes? That is the type of society that you want to strap your policemen with cameras and send them to do. To do what? I don't agree with it at all. I must tell you the truth. Having thought about it today, I said, maybe we're putting the horse before the cart here, you know. And we talk about other societies and what other societies are doing. We need to look at our context, our culture, our people. It's not the same. We're not the same. When we go to other people's country, we behave differently. But in our own country, we treat our police with disrespect and disregard. We need a cultural change. Because when the police expect violence, they are more likely to respond with force. Yeah, they are more likely to respond with force. And they expect it. And that's why I say to you, I have never been stopped by the police and they have been unpleasant. Never. I have never had an unpleasant time with a police in Jamaica, and I have been stopped dozens of times. They are always decent in their approach, pleasant, and even when I have gotten tickets. The last time a man stopped me out at in Kingston. Yes. And when I said, is this really Jamaica? This is really the Jamaican police. Man is very polite, very mannerly. And all when he give me the ticket, he must smile. You know, sir, I wish I could have taken this ticket away from you, but you broke the law and I mean, beg for your blind if you want beg for your blind, and you know, if you get you don't have to be rude, sir. When the citizens see police as aggressive, they're more likely to resist or retaliate. We have to break the cycle, and it requires a shift in the mindset. We have to shift the mindset, because if the police feel confident that citizens will cooperate and respect their authority, they'll be less likely to be perceived as threats. And when this happens, it reduces the likelihood of violent encounters. I do not believe that our policemen and women are going around Jamaica deliberately unaliving people. I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Listeners, please tap the screen and share the live. Also, please support the live goals. Thanks.
I don't believe that that is happening. I would argue that we need to have de-escalation training, community engagement, and building trust, because we have to reduce the perceived threat. And when we reduce the perceived threat and create an environment where the police feel safer. The fact of the matter is that the police don't feel safe. You don't feel safe? Well, you think them feel safe either? You don't think they're human because they're from another planet. It's from the same. Let me tell you something. And I could spend 1 hour on this. The same society is where you pull these men from, you know. Policemen and women are not pulled from Trinidad or Barbados. They are taken out of the same society. And they go to a place for 6 months and receive some training. But they are Jamaicans too. I wish I could expose you to what that means.
Listeners, please support the live goals.
We're going to ask our listeners right now to pop in and support us with your contributions. 954-635-8732. This is Zelacom. 954-635-8732. The perception, you see, the perception of threat is rooted in what is called existential experience. Existential experience. It's a philosophical theory that is called being in the world. Being in the world. It's existentialism. And your being, if you perceive your being to be under threat, there is an impulsive response. It is shaped by the environment that you are in. The environment of Jamaica places the being under threat. It's a perceived threat. It may not be real, but it is perceived. And we have to lower the perception for the police to feel safe and to respond differently. Perceived threat. Because when threats are perceived, it influences response. And sometimes, this is heavy stuff, the response is unconscious. You know, have you ever walked at night and you hear trash mash and it's rat run? it's being in the world. Or if you are in the country, you see shadow, banana leaf move, and you're frightened. And no mind if you have your machete pan, you pull it out, or if you have your thing, you pull it out, because somehow you feel that you are coming under threat. Please support the program. We have more to go. 14 minutes to 9 o'clock.
We're asking 10 listeners to donate $20 each. Thank you.
Have you been driving down the road and a trailer zoops past you? You swing left. Why? You are in known threat, you know, but you perceive there to be a threat, and you take an action that is unconscious. I am telling you that we need to create a society where our police, men and women, feel less threatened. Someone who was shot, both extrajudicial, need to do greater research. As I said to you, you're sleeping in your bed and there is a knock on your door at 12. It is a wild goat. You are under no threat. It's a wild goat. Run into your house and kick on your door. Let me tell you something, brother. You're running for your machete. Or whatever you have in your house to defend yourself, because you feel that you are under threat. You know, they have what is called the threat theory. Threat theory. And when individuals perceive a threat, they become more likely to act aggressively to mitigate the threat. What you have to do in this society is lessen the threat. You lessen the threat, the response of the police is different. In the society, the threat level is too high, and it elicits a response from the police that may be unconscious. And then you have the police's identity and their sense of belonging, which is tied to their role as protectors. The police sees themselves as the protectors because it's us versus them. Let me tell you this, guys. We have problems in Jamaica, you know. Problems to be ironed out. So then, there is a us versus them concept. It's a mentality. And it exacerbates tension in communities. Because the police feel that there is an enemy, that it has to be up against, and that it needs to act as the protector of the people to mitigate the threat. And therefore, the police may prioritize loyalty to you over critical thinking. Loyalty to you. In other words, the police is acting to protect you. They're not even thinking about making the right decision right at this moment, you know. What they have in their mind is that there is a threat and they must act to protect the people of Jamaica. Have you ever thought of that? That we have created a society of us lawmakers, law-abiding citizens, supported by the police, and them criminals. And the police don't have no loyalty to them because the police is also acting in the interest of the people of Jamaica. Sometimes police fed up, you know. All right. Let me close with this. Go ahead.
Constitution of Jamaica. As Christian lawyers, the LCF is guided by the biblical principle that all human life is sacred, created in the image of God. The unjust taking of life, whether by criminal elements or by agents of the state acting outside the bounds of law, is a grave moral wrong. The Constitution of Jamaica guarantees the right to life and permits the use of lethal force only where it is strictly necessary, proportionate, and lawful. Any departure from these principles threatens the rule of law and erodes.
It's a wishy-washy. It's a wishy-washy statement from the lawyers Christian Fellowship. It's wishy-washy. It's a wishy-washy statement. I'd love to talk to Mrs. Helen Coley Nicholson or anyone from the Christian Fellowship. Because condemning the police without conclusive evidence is problematic. And the Lawyers Christian Fellowship ought to have taken a more nuanced approach and call for thorough investigations, because you want to allow the facts to emerge before making judgments. Ladies and gentlemen, we must support the police. We must. They are the bridge, the barrier between ourselves and the criminals. And when I say that, I am serious about it. They are forces in Jamaica that if we don't fight against them, and let them understand that they must be on the run, then we are all at risk. Our history tells us that there was a time in Jamaica when we unalived 1,700 people. We were not fighting a civil war. We were not at war. 1,700 Jamaicans unalive in 1 year. 1 year is a crisis. The police deserves and must get our support. It is important for there to be a presumption of innocence. That too is a fundamental tenet of law, that a man is to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. And that also applies to the police. It is essential to assume that the police acted in good faith. And we must allow the investigation to run its course, gathering evidence and testimonies to determine the circumstances. We must not be irresponsible going out there talking about extrajudicial killings without the evidence. And we aren't investigators. Because while we balance accountability, we must also balance fairness. Fairness and accountability must go together. So the Lawyers Christian Fellowship could have called for a thorough investigation. And in that statement, they emphasized the need for accountability and transparency. But they must avoid premature judgment. You can't condemn the police without evidence. Because when you do so, there is a risk in undermining the institutions. And you damage relationships. And in our politically charged environment, it is even more essential to act cautiously. Because we need to consider the police perspective, that they are operating in very high pressured situations where in a split second you have a life or death consequence. Consider that the police many times only have a second to make that decision, you know. Do I take cover? Do I open fire? What am I to do? It's not 10 minutes him have. You think it's 5 minutes him have to make up his mind what him to do? It's a second. Less than a second. He must decide. How do I act in this moment? And we need to trust the police that they acted on our behalf, in the nation's behalf, that as they are protectors of the people, they acted on our behalf. High pressure situations, They're in the dark. They're under attack. They have to make a decision. We must be assured that that decision that they made is in our best interest. Due process is important, but not condemn the police. No. You call for a thorough investigation. You call for transparency in the investigative process. You call for accountability for any wrongdoing, but you support the police officers who act in good faith. You support the police officers who acted in good faith. And this approach addresses concerns about police action while upholding the principles of justice and fairness. Over to you. Those are my thoughts. What about yours?
Listeners, I'm asking 6 people to donate $20 each, please, through our Zelle or Cash App.
Well, those are the notes for tonight. We're bang on 9 o'clock. Quite lengthy tonight. I'm sorry. I kept you too long. Sorry about that. I didn't realize that I was talking for so long. My goodness. Please support Politics Plus by, can I ask 6 of my listeners to send $20 to the Zelle account? Or if you can send 40 or 60, it would make life a little easier for us tonight. I'm prepared to take a few comments and calls. Asking our listeners to help us cover tonight's program. 5 of you, please. Stylist, I see you from all night talking about police shouldn't be judge, juror, and executioner. I spent 1.5 hours trying to get you to understand how the police act, and you still hold on to that, sir. The police are not doing that. They are not doing that, sir. And I can tell you that I accept that at some point the police may make mistakes. Because as I said to you, sometimes it's a split second that they have to make a decision. But I beg you, my dear sir, understand the context in which our police have to operate. And I am asking you to also help me to push that we create a society that is less hostile towards law enforcement. That's part of the problem. I do not believe, this is my view, that our men and women of the Jamaica Constabulary Force are deliberately going out there to commit extrajudicial acts. That is not true. The Jamaica Constabulary Force does not do that. No, they don't. In the execution of their jobs, mistakes may happen. That's why you have accountability institutions within the force and within the government. And what we need to do is to strengthen these institutions, ensure that they have the resources to carry out the investigations. That's what happened. You can't listen to what citizens say. You can't listen to what people say. Okay? No. People who say them are eyewitness. Sometimes you ever hear about Chinese telephone? You can't listen to what people say because they are protesting. No. What you need is an independent body that investigates each act, each allegation against the security forces, because the security forces are not they're not alone to themselves, but they ought to be backed fully by the Jamaican state. Yeah. Good night to you, caller. Good night to you, caller. Good night, caller. Hello. Top night to you, caller. Hi. Good night to you, caller. Hello, hello, caller. Hello. Hello, caller. Tam Fam. Hi. Hello. Hello, caller. None of you? Great. Okay.
Government have
All right. We have a little time left on the program. Painter, good night. Hi. Hello, sir. Hello, hello.
Neighbor, I presume they're all tappers. So at this time, I'm going to ask the listeners who would like to come up and speak to send your requests now. Thanks.
And there I was thinking that I was taking up too much time. I could have gone on for half more hour. Okay. Next time I'll know.
Well, now you know, neighbor. It's okay to go on.
Say that?
And now you know it's okay to go on.
Yeah, right.
Good night, everyone.
Sorry. Hi, caller. Good night.
Good night, everyone. Good night, neighbor.
Hi. How are you doing? Hi. Great.
I'm not too bad. I just get a little stuffy because I think the flu is passing through over here.
Oh, okay. Well, in Jamaica too.
Yeah, all over the Caribbean islands, the flu. Well, I ain't gonna say much, but I'm just gonna give you my point of view.
Yes, ma'am.
As a Jamaican, for years, for a Jamaican, I watched this happen. You have the thing mix. You have good and you have bad, but at the same time, we go by law, and we're supposed to respect both the police and the soldier. Law is in heaven. Let me tell you something. I don't say police don't make mistake. I don't say soldier don't make mistake.
Before you go on, ma'am, you are in the Bahamas.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us about how policing work there. Are Bahamians do Bahamians observe the rule of law?
Yes. At my point of view, they are very strict when it comes on to law. Their respect goes afar over here, as far as how I see it. But in Jamaica, people, what I don't like, something happened, and before you know it, everybody run out. You hear what I said? I ain't gonna tear down nobody. I said you have a wrong and you have a right. Okay, I watch and see people analyze people, and people come out and say, oh, the person never do anything, and the police come do this. Remember, police work for, private thing. The police or the soldier know exactly what they're going about. You understand? So when you go into an area where you have to arm up, you have to prepare yourself, because nobody gonna stand up and get unalive and don't try to defend themselves. What I don't like, when something happened, everybody run out. Oh, he didn't do this, he didn't do that. Get the facts right. I listen now. Don't who is listening me? Don't get it wrong. I don't say a person can't be right, but I don't like our culture with what they are doing. Everything. Oh, police them kill this, the soldier them kill this, and they not do nothing. I have neighbors beside me. We grew up them children good, and them come turn what you call it, and when you look, I can't believe say them I go take your life. Me see my brother work so hard, and with neighbor.
I made a recommendation, you see, to the people in a community. I said to them that there are 4 things that they could do, and it could solve public disorder. Number 1, determine where the people cross the road. You can't just have people across the road in the traffic. That is chaos. Secondly, determine where people park. You can't have a town, ma'am, and people tap anywhere, park anywhere, taxi tap anywhere, pick up people. You don't have no order. Thirdly,
no discipline.
You must determine where do people dispose of their garbage. You can't have people have business, ma'am, and them just carry them garbage control down out a door. And fourthly, ma'am, we need to determine where people sell. Think about that. Think about this in every town in Jamaica, ma'am. Think about Spanish Town, or think about Old Harbor, or think about Mandeville. When school over in Mandeville, ma'am, from round a lane, I don't know if you know Mandeville, round where when they call lane, round you have Bishop Gibson, the Cartridge College, Church Jesus College, the university, whole pass school round this up. Miss ma'am, when school over a Mandeville, it is chaos in the town, because the picnic them, the school students block the road from lane come out a parade, and the traffic back up all the way downtown. You want to tell me, ma'am, that we cannot create a social norm that these students observe, that they walk in a single file and don't block up the traffic, ma'am? You ever drive into Spanish? No, that is number one. You ever drive through Olava, ma'am? The traffic back up come a Marley. You know why? Because the people are just crossing the road at every point. It's chaotic. You want to tell me that we cannot create pedestrian crossings and people stop at the pedestrian crosses, ma'am, and wait for the light to change to cross the road? We can't do that. And you want
rose breadfruit.
rose breadfruit? You want to tell me, ma'am, that we cannot create in our towns designated areas for selling where you know say you can't sell there? So my God Almighty, the people them block up the road with them onions and their potato and then sweet potato and then yam and then cocoa and then green banana from country and just throw it down in the road.
And they don't want to talk to them. And that's not good.
Huh?
That's not good, because people need to hear out. People law order go far, but we're losing it. We're losing
That
it.
is the society, ma'am. That you're gonna strap your police with cameras and say, go there, go rule them people, yeah? No, not police responsibility at all. It is not the police responsibility to address public disorder, ma'am. Public disorder is a societal problem. Okay? You have to understand, ma'am, the type of society that you are sending your police to police.
Yes, sir.
They have to uphold the law. But they can't uphold the law, ma'am, when you have the people in rebellion.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Taximen, ma'am. You think there is any order among taximen in Jamaica? I'm not knocking the taximen, but they stop anywhere, they park anywhere, they pick up people anywhere. Can't work, ma'am.
At the end of the day, then just put everything on the PM. Like, I don't get it. I just don't get it.
That, I visited the United States a couple of times, and the people who I was staying with said to me that I will not see a drink bottle on the road for the entire time I was driving. And I said, can't be, ma'am. And I can tell you the truth. I was there for about 2 weeks. I never saw a box drink box on the road. Never saw anyone throwing out anything out of their vehicle. But here, ma'am, here, people just
People ready. People ready for lick it up. The least courage to correct them.
Driving down the road, ma'am, is a KFC bone flashing on my face. They just yam the KFC chicken and dash the bone out of the window. The breeze just flash it straight in my face, ma'am.
And you can't come out contact lest you get where you're not supposed to get. You see what I'm talking about?
Problem. You see, when we talk about policing, we have to understand the society that we have created. We need to work on getting our people to respect the rule of law, man. You see what is happening?
Yes, sir.
You see what is happening on our roads? You see how many people are being unalived on our roads, ma'am? It is a shame that people just get out there and they drive recklessly.
The next thing again, neighbor, when the police them come out to do them work, you hear the people them curse them and go on. And it's the same police them, when things happen, them a call and say, oh, they're not do their work. This will not happen. And then the same police them, when they do their work, is the same police them are tear down. I don't get it. And I will never get it with them. Yeah. Because the police them is there to protect and yet to tear them down. You understand?
Yeah. Well,
The same police, them will protect you. I same police, them, and if anything, they have to be a law protection and them same one you have to call. You understand? And
What I
yet
have
you go
tried-
say them, you go diss them, you go do that to them. We have
what I
to
have
get with
tried to
facts
do, ma'am,
straight.
is to put it in context for us, you know, understand me, so that we understand.
Yeah.
Things don't just happen. Things don't just happen. And
It's just not happen.
no, don't just happen.
Because if something is going on, you think police or soldiers just run go one place and do something if they don't, if something bad not happening, people need to wake up. They need to wake up, man.
You know, ma'am, a lot of people here criticize the Prime Minister, you know, but the Prime Minister is up under the same stress, you know, because it's the same society that he has been given to fix. You think it easy if you fix, ma'am? You think it easy?
Neighbour, make I tell you.
You think
Make I
Jamaican
tell you
people?
something. Let me tell you something, and I don't care tonight. Everybody had drawn down for Andrew. What about the rest of Prime Minister? Them they were not doing corruption. Them killing this man. And what about the rest of people when we live and see all the things when they do that is bad? And nobody go at them. Why they have to go for Andrew? What I try to do to build the country and make things work out. I can't tell no lie because me a child of God, you know. Me a child of God and me can't tell lie. I best Prime Minister me ever see. The best.
He has gotten a number of things right, ma'am. And I'm saying to you, he's now pivoting towards peace. Peace, ma'am. That's a culture change.
God.
That's a culture change, ma'am. You hear me? Because I am telling you, violence was very much ingrained in our culture. You remember that, ma'am, they put policemen in our schools, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
It was so bad that students were going to school with knives. I couldn't imagine that when I went to high school, carrying a knife. You crazy? First of all, you know, ma'am, we have banned the whole matter of corporal punishment, and I agree with that. I could address that on a separate time. But when I went to Homewood, they had caning, man. I remember Mr. Melbourne, and you better behave yourself. I can tell you that, because the cane would be coming out. It was a different time, you know. It was a different time. Carry knife go to school, ma'am? For what? You're joking. I said earlier that when I went to primary school in Manchester, you know, you couldn't late, ma'am. You couldn't late for school, you know. If you were school gate locked 8 o'clock, and if you were late, it doesn't matter how much are you. The principal was out there, ma'am, with his belt, and every man is going to be flogged.
And you just have to take it. You have to take it, and you have to take it, because if you go home and say anything, or you disrespect the principal, you know, you're going to get an next course of it when you go home.
Many people criticize that, but here is what it did. It developed in you discipline to arrive on time. Okay? To arrive on time. And I am telling you, ma'am, as I said earlier, that when you went to your class and you sat down with your head on your decks, okay, or you're doing your timetable, pin can drop in the class, ma'am. Pin could have dropped in the class. Me I tell you that, because if your teacher ever walk in there and hear noise, a problem in your classroom. Okay? And we knew how to make lines. You know, no chaos. Right? And when I went to Homewood, ma'am, when school over, you better go home at your yard or go to library, because the principal was coming to the bus park. You couldn't be loitering on the town. You hear me tell you, ma'am? These days, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, you see picnic in them uniform, pantown, loitering, going up all over the space.
You can imagine?
Yeah.
And no adult can talk to them.
We need
You
to
get
curb,
so slam up if I don't talk to them.
that we need to curb these things, ma'am, and build back the values of the society. That is how
Yes,
we are going
sir.
to create peace. Peace, ma'am.
You know, as you say
I
that.
have to run. Have to run.
You're going now.
Yeah. Take care of yourself.
Okay.
All right. Claudette. Claudette. Hi, Crawford. Claudette Crawford. 25 after 9 o'clock. The real SV. Good night to you. Hello. Hello. Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
man,
sir.
a blessed good night, you know.
Well, yeah. Great.
Yeah, I've been here for a minute. You know, I get the chance to pass through even now and then. And basically what I'm here to say is that, you know, the social infrastructure of our country has been destroyed, you know what I mean? We lose that.
No, not destroyed. Not destroyed. Sir.
Well,
not destroyed.
Has been
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, sir. It is very important to understand the link between economic empowerment and social empowerment. They go hand in hand. When your economy creates opportunities, it aids with social development. When the economy is in decline, values and morals also fall with it. The same can happen in prosperity, but to a lesser extent. I'll have to take a little time to explain it. Even as you seek to develop the economy, to grow your country's infrastructure, you have to pay attention to the social side, because the gains that you make on the economic side can be eroded if the people are not in line with those development objectives. So I wonder if you understand what I'm saying to you.
Yes, definitely.
I don't want to introduce the politics too much tonight, you know, but this is why I have said that the period of the 90s was a bad period for Jamaica, because a lot of the social ills that we have in the society today, you know, it is very easy to learn things, sir, but it's very hard to unlearn it. When whatever you learn, easy to unlearn it, Yes, and that is part of the problem. We are even when it comes on to the opportunities available. The Adam Smith spoke of what is called the poverty of aspirations. The poverty of aspirations. Did you know, sir, that if you take a chicken or a bird that has wings and you put it in a cage and you keep it in the cage for long, when you let it out, it doesn't know it can fly?
Sometimes it doesn't even realize that it can.
Well, it doesn't know. It does not know that it can fly, because you have caged it, and the caging is not a cage of the wings, it's a cage of the mind.
The mentality, right?
Yes, sir. And I can tell you that Jamaicans have been caged mentally, That is why, my dear sir, so many people in Jamaica today are still lost. They're still lost, They don't even understand that there's a job next door to them, because they have been caged. It's a caging of their mind. It's the poverty of aspiration that Adam Smith speaks about. I wonder if I could deal with that tomorrow.
That sounds like that topic could be elaborated on.
Yes,
but,
sir.
One of the thing, because I heard you were kind of giving a little, at least a little example of you being overseas and thing, and you spend a little time, and there are certain things that you have noticed. I remember, right? For example, I remember I was in New York some years ago, and I was inside. It was getting cold, but me decided to move and take a little walk out, and me start to walk. And trust me, the more, because it's getting cold, the more I walk, and the more, after, once your body get cold, you feel like you want urine. And brethren, may I walk, and may I walk, the more may I walk, and the more, but the further I'm getting from my home, and so instead of turning back now, me have to think of an alternative. And sir, do you know that I could not, because me know me couldn't. Me can't see one whole car and go peep and go behind it. Me can't see one whole building and go behind
You
it.
you wanted to hold a little pee.
And me just want to pee. And
you couldn't
me
just
couldn't.
it out and do it out a door like that.
You can't.
What you saying to me, sir? What you
You
saying to me?
can't.
Can't do it.
Sir, it is called, I think, I don't remember, it is in the charge for it is indecent disposal, is something.
Imagine that.
And you're talking about a natural thing that you want to do. You think you can make the police see you and you're going to tell them, boy, boss, me want. No.
Yeah.
And believe me, neighbor.
I saw a man, son, and they call me a watchman.
Yes.
I saw a man flash out on the roadside. Just to do it. Not even a hiding himself, sir. And
sir, me say me a walk neighbor. And me say, if somebody would probably think, say, boy, me a one of them man, they way. I whine, me literally a walk and a whine because me a try. If you hold it, and it was the mercy of God when me do so boom and reach way up, because me still continue for walk. And because something I had faith, say, yo, me I go see one place where I'm still a hope, say, somebody I go give me a chance. And me ended up walk all. Because when you hear about Linden Avenue in New York, it's very long, just like as Jamaican Avenue. And trust me, I tell you, say, me I walk and then me see a business place was still open, and me literally whine to him, man. I said, me I tell him, say, Ben, as a big man, he went, and I said, please, can I use your, and think about it. If these people did say this, them man they did say, like for example, then race is racial, and say, yo, them now. Trust me, David just decide, say, yo, put this in my shoes.
Wait up your
because
shoes.
You can't. And it's the same. The other thing that I see and think how the indiscipline has marred the face of a country so bad. Like the same people that we see are lick out from police and are going. If the NYPD stop them, are the humblest in America, are the humblest calf.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Listen, first and foremost, when you get a command, you better. Better. It doesn't matter how you get approached. Because I see them enough of them out there talk about police stop you. I've been stopped in Jamaica. But sir, can I have your document? Yo, how you do it? Yo, go, and you're ready to tell this man about him this and that and that. You get what I'm saying?
So do it up there. You can't do it up there.
You mad. Hello, if you get a command, you better. One of the things I want to let you know, and well, notice, just to kind of remind you notice in America, if a 10,000 police are 10,000 car, one police traveling a vehicle. So you see, any year you see one next police pull up, you just died. If you have to do something for one next police, if him have to go radio say, hey, I need backup, you just died. Because when you see the one that come, he already got a signal that this person is resisting something. So when him come, you know what is gonna happen.
So do you agree? Do you agree with me, sir, that we must address the whole matter of the rule of law before
that is it.
Stop our police with cameras, send them out there?
Definitely. And some forums need to be held to kind of bring back to bring the people's mind to come on, these are our rights and our wrongs. These are our don'ts and do's moving forward. You can't be wrong and strong.
Can't be wrong and strong.
But the thing about it again is one, as I said, the respect, the morals of the society is so much in shambles when people, because it's the same thing with the household, you know. Because we learn.
Hold on there, sir. Don't you believe, sir, that when a police stops you in Jamaica, the police is carrying out his job, sir. The police
His
is not
lawful
stopping
job.
you to harass you, to beg, to box you up, to kick you down. No, the police, most of the time, sir, I would say, they are very professional.
Actions leads to reactions 90% of the time. But because of we ready to put up defense, because if an police stop you and you suck your teeth, it means that is your that's your signs of your disgruntled. Like you ready where you stop me for, yo, so officer, where you stop me for? Yo, where you deal with? So instead that the police even for greet you, and you greet him first. So that is what why you find the aggression. I try to meet with aggression.
Yes, and we don't realize that the police come from the same society. And
the same live around the road. That is right. It. And all of a sudden, everybody want to prove their point. That's the point, because I know, yo, oh yeah, deal with whatever. And here we stay now. Once we see two more I look, we're better than the biggest dog. Because now we're ready to call down the crowd.
Yes.
And once the crowd come down now,
if we see one of our brethren with us, we try to show up ourselves.
That is it. That is it.
You're right, sir.
That is it. Because a lot of, and I've seen it.
Beside us.
Listen. Yes. Yeah. Because listen, you have to show that macho-ness there. Like say, because all of a sudden, you know, and I mark you, we're not gonna sit here and pretend as if they are not bad eggs in the force. Right?
Hold on for me, sir. Don't move. Hold on for me. Good evening to you, Garfman. Hello.
Yeah, neighbor. Good evening. You know.
Good evening to you, sir.
Yeah, good evening, man. I hear you're big on law and order, but something I don't hear we speak about for we to get to a point in the society where law and order, you talk about the four fundamental charge protocols that, if implemented in these urban cities, in the town centers, we will have a better society. But you are missing a major component.
Tell me.
Are we willing to give up some of our political capital?
You mean the people?
The people and the political directorate, the lawmakers, the opposition, the government.
How does creating these four social norms, how do we give up political?
Because simple fact, we have a political system in Jamaica that we have two political parties that depend on the people at the lower part of the ladder to cast the vote. And where we are having these major issues are where our major political stocks are located. Yeah? And if we were to carry out law and order, right, throughout these urban cities, and we were to tell people, listen, you cannot do no vending on this sidewalk on Sutter Street or Orange Street. You are going to hear, say, at an area will come from a yard fight a youth from eat a food. And we are going to say, and these are the same people we have vote for you, and we're not going to vote for you. So these are some simple things.
Failure of the politics then
exactly. So that is what we say. So we have to give up we have to willing to lose some of the political capital. First and foremost, the cities are overrun. People are living on top of people. Are we willing to use the unused lands across the length and breadth of Jamaica and create communities that people can live in a dignified manner? But guess what? We not go on move, because if me live a jungle and a jungle me eat a food, you think you can carry me to Portland for me to start over? We have to ready to accept change, and we are not ready for that.
Yeah. What do you think about the introduction of the cameras on our police? Do you think the society is ready for that?
The society is not ready for that. Frank.
Wow. You agree with me? Go ahead. I don't know what I don't know what happened to Gartman. I think he's getting a call.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, Gartman.
The society is not ready for that. Because at the end of the day, the policemen and women go out there or the JDF, or even a security guard, because they have security guard in the public space.
Yes.
In the town center. They have a family that they're looking forward to go back to. They have to protect their life. Furthermore, they have to protect the people's life, what they are working for. And the police and soldier has to protect the citizens and the property of the state.
Yes.
Now, have you ever heard one lady, and I can remember this one particular lady, I think it's in Clarendon, I'm not quite sure, where she came out and she said she warned her son to do the right thing, and she glad the police unalive him because she did all what she could have done. And she have spoken to him over and over and over again, but he chose not to go the right way. But the fact of the matter, a lot of these people never come out and praise the police. Them only come out and curse the police and say the police unalive this and the police unalive that.
Do you not accept, Gartman, that what we need to work on is a change of culture?
Correct.
Culture of respect for law and order before we strap cameras on our police and
correct.
Send them
we don't need
in a hostile society.
Cameras, Neighbour, is good, but in a society of Jamaica, it will take millions and millions of dollars to outfit every law enforcement agent with a particular camera, and not even that. If we go back to the 4 fundamentals, I hear you talk about in Mandeville. I remember back in the days in Cecil Charlton Park in the 80s. Mandeville was not so never so congested. Mandeville was a clean town.
Boy, I don't know what is happening.
And what has transformed. I hear you talk about the principle of Homewood. When I'm going to school on Hope Road, we could not walk to Arthur Tree Park and lighter in Arthur Tree Park because we had the teachers, we had the prefects, we have the head boy, the deputy head boys. All of these people will ensure that we walk to the Gregor Park bus stop or whatever bus stop, and we board all the buses.
Yes, sir. You listen to me, sir. You know Mandeville quite well.
Yes.
Mr. Garfman, when you go to Mandeville at 3 o'clock, it's the town is in a standstill. The students have taken over the streets.
Not only the students, the vendors, the taxi men.
I'm talking about something that all they need to do, Garfman, is to
just need to go home, head home.
Go home or walk in a single file from Ronald Lane. You know Ronald Lane?
Yeah.
You know what they call it? Come out of the town. They just take over the town, sir. They're walking at the middle road.
Yes, man. But it's something that is a learned behavior, you know.
It's a learned behavior.
It's a learned behavior. And as you say, I remember when I'm going to Alpha Primary, right in front of Alpha Primary and Stone Camp Road, and as you come out of Alpha Academy in the back, they used to have some barriers that you are not able to walk out in the street, and you had to go to the pedestrian crossing. I remember Cool Cat. I remember the police would come into school with the Cool Cat from D&G, give you a bottle of soda and teach you how to cross the street, what type of clothing to wear at night so it can be reflected clothing. But again, all we have to do, man, is to just the government and the opposition have to ready to give up some of the political capital. Too much people are in the space.
I'd love to hear a little bit more on a society that wants to advance itself to international standard, Garfman. But it's like we're putting the cart before the horse here, because things that work in America don't think that they will necessarily work in Jamaica, you know, Garfman.
They won't work in Jamaica because
the government may be coming under some international pressure too.
And I don't want you to fool yourself doing a Neighbour. And I hear you say you stayed somewhere in the US and you didn't see a drinks buckle on the street. I hear a gentleman talk about Linden Boulevard in New York. I will beg of you, if you go to a place them call them Flatbush, them call it Dirty Flatbush.
Well,
And you
well,
see so
and they're here, they're here. But,
okay, so let us be clear on that.
I want you. I really want you to help me with this concept of us thinking that we can introduce a policy in a culture that is not ready for it.
No,
And
sir. We have to start fundamentally from the homes.
Yes.
Regardless where you live, regardless what your socio-economical background is like, we have to start from the home. Them always say you can't bend the tree when it's too old. You have to bend it when it's very young. We start from the home, neighbor. If we start from the home, we will get better results. And we have to stop look towards our authority to groom us. We have to stop look towards the police to police us. If we start doing our own policing from within the home, we will be a better society. The government of the day or whosoever leaders of the society cannot lead you if you don't want to be led. Simple as that. I heard a gentleman talk about coming into the US and yes, sir, no, sir. I will give you a classic example. If you were to go to Norman Mal International Airport tomorrow morning to board a flight to somewhere in the US or in Canada, wherever, and when they are going in the airport and they are checking in their bags, and if the bags are overweight, they argue with the people and they curse the people. But once they reach the Miami, Florida, and they said no cell phone in the immigration area or custom, I could mark it. No phone is being used. 99% you may find one straggler, but the moment you get to that immigration officer or custom and they ask you the question, yes, sir, I eat this, I eat that, I do this, I do this, I'm coming from here. And just so it is. And it is sad. We need to have the respect for our own self when we are home. And again, neighbor, and I'm going to say this to you, and I don't want people to believe it's only taxi men and bus drivers are the rogue drivers. Every aspect of the society is rogue in Jamaica, especially on the road. It is.
That is part of what is causing the high incidences of crashes, Gartman. That has spread to our streets too. You know,
yes.
Hold on, dear Gartman.
We need to fix that.
Don't move. Stylies. Good night, sir. Hello? Stylies? No, he's not there.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Good night, neighbor. Happy New Year.
Yes, go ahead.
You know, the fundamental thing, honestly, I don't hear talk about the justice system need to reform. Do you agree with me? In Jamaica, the justice system need to reform. A lot of people are going in the jungle to get justice.
Okay.
The police are, and I would say again, hold on, neighbor. The police is the judge, the jury, and executioner. They kill someone, they unalive someone. Hold on, sorry. Hold on. They unalive someone, they throw them in a pickup bag.
Bring them
to the hospital.
No, sir. No, I can't. Hold on.
Bring them to the hospital, pronounce them, then they go to the morgue. That's not justice.
No, you hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. There is a principle. There is no policy that gives the police authority to act like that. None.
But they do.
Just wait.
They do, neighbor. They do.
Just wait. I agree and appreciate that we have work to do in terms of our judicial processes. Not disagreeing with you at all. I want you to understand that there is a path to change in Jamaica. We are on a path to change. We're not there yet. We're not there yet, sir. You know, I saw a CVM today with a very dishonest report talking about how difficult it is to access healthcare in Jamaica. It's not true. It's not true at all. healthcare in Jamaica is not the best in the world. But I can tell you.
Yeah, but let's not change the narrative. Let's go back to
no,
justice in
hold on.
Jamaica.
I'm not changing any narrative. No, I'm coming back, sir. I'm coming back. Just give me a chance. I am saying to you, sir, that when we speak, we're not speaking from a position where we are saying we have arrived. We have not arrived. Okay? We are on a path to changing how we do things. For the
But the
first
justice
time
system have
in
to change,
hold on,
neighbor.
sir, hold on. For the first time in 30 years, we have cut murder by 42%. First in 40.
I agree.
That whole answer, that is not something that we must only acknowledge. That must be something that we appreciate as part of the change. What are
Yes,
the
sir.
next steps that we are going to take, sir? Yes, there are steps to be taken on the journey. We're not there yet. So don't come here and knock it too hard, because we must appreciate the successes we have made and what is where we are coming from. Sir, we are coming from 1,700 at one time to now below 700. That is important to acknowledge, to understand, and to be thankful for. We're not saying that the justice system is perfect. There are delays, yes, and there are persons who, for whatever reason, may want to turn to what you call, outside of the justice system. I accept that, but I don't want to highlight that as the norm. I don't want to highlight it.
But that is very fundamental, Dave.
No, I don't.
The justice
want to
system in Jamaica is bad.
The what? No, sir, it's not. No, I don't agree with that. No, I don't agree with it. I do not agree with it. I don't agree with it, sir. I think that there are improvements to be in every country, in the world. We can do better in areas of government, in areas of justice. Every country in the world, sir. Jamaica. Okay. Jamaica, we must commend the progress that we have made as a society, especially under this administration. I believe that they are trying.
I agree with you. The social mindset of Jamaica need to change, right? But in regard to the body cam,
yeah,
I remember I migrated to the USA in '99, and I remember there was a lot of Black people who were unalive during that time, even before that. And after Obama, I can't remember the guy who they, the uproar in the South, right? I don't remember his name. I don't know if you can remind me about his name. After that, body camera was introduced, and social media was on the move also, and a lot of Black people life safe because of body cam, because it was a lot of injustice towards Black people in America.
Yeah,
and I think,
sir. Let me show you before you go. Let me read something for you. The Jamaican government has made significant changes to its justice system, focusing on digital transformation, legislative reform, and alternative justice services. There's been technological integration. The legislative changes include the Bail Act of 2003, increased sentences for violent crimes, expanded expungement eligibility. They have the restorative justice and child diversion program, something that I know a lot about. There has been improvement in the legal aid services, infrastructure and resources. Several courthouses have been rehabilitated. They have reduced case backlog, increased efficiency, improved access to justice, higher morale, and better compensation. The fact of the matter, sir, is that and I went down a litany of things sent to me by one of my listeners. These were not things that were there 10 years ago.
I agree with you, neighbor. I agree with you. But listen, don't you believe in innocent until proven guilty?
For both sides. For both sides.
You agree with me? You believe in innocent until proven guilty.
And that also applies to the
if a police come to mind. Hold on. Let me give you an example. Okay. Hold on. Let me give you. I know of cases, right, wherein the person, yes, he rogue, he do bad stuff, he's a criminal, but at the time he wasn't doing nothing. Police go there, shoot him, unalive him, throw him put him in a pickup bag.
But
bring him to the mall.
I can't allow you. With respect, I can't allow you to say that on challenge, because you are alleging that. And I don't know if
I saw it up in the neighbor.
But you are putting it over on my program, and I don't know it. You say you saw it.
I don't know which Jamaica. Neighbor,
so
which Jamaica you grew up in, Jamaica? I don't think I don't know, neighbor. I grew up in a different Jamaica from you then.
My brother, I don't know what you saw. I have never seen it. And I can't allow you.
I saw it happen. So you never saw. So hold on. Jamaica have forensic as yet?
Excuse me? What I know, I am a man that deals with systems, you know. What I know is that we established an independent body to investigate police infractions in the com.
Yes.
What we must argue for is for the independence of that institution, the equipping of it, the strengthening of it to maintain its integrity. Whenever the police go out there, sir, they are acting on my behalf.
Yes, sir, but they are.
Wait, sir. They are acting on the people of Jamaica's behalf.
Yes, sir.
If in the execution of their job they commit an infraction, it is not for me or you to try them. We do not have the capacity. We do not have the evidence to try them.
It works both ways, sir. It works both ways, neighbor.
No,
it works both ways. Because
do you agree? Do you agree, sir, that neither I or you have the facts to try the case?
I agree.
And therefore, we must depend on the institution. Where we must criticize is where we see the institution not acting according with fairness, with alacrity, because they have been empowered to do so. I can't sit here and judge the police and say the police acted incorrectly. I don't know that. Anyway,
you never see that up in so do you when you're alive?
I've heard about it. I have no evidence. I cannot sit here, sir, and listen to people bawling down the place, protesting and saying that no, I don't know that to be true. People have lied on me.
Neighbor, I agree with you, because I always said when the police unalive, there is a lot of demonstration, but when the criminal unalive someone, there's no demonstration, right? I agree with you in some aspect, but I think the police in Jamaica is.
And you know, so when you hear people talk about, when you hear people talk about the prime minister don't have nothing to do with this, you know, sir. The prime minister don't have nothing to do with this.
I know.
Okay,
I agree with you. I agree with you.
What we must commend,
I agree with you,
is that it was the Jamaica Labour Party, I think the Bruce Golding administration that brought about Indicom. Yes, And this is where I think Jamaicans need to demand that this institution be strengthened, be equipped, so that they can they are provided with the forensic capability, the staffing, the resources. Let them do the job. And when they have submitted the report, that's when we can comment on it. Before that, well, I think we have to be quiet.
But I saw it happen all the time. I saw it on social media. I saw it happen all the time.
And
that's why I come to the conclusion. No. It's not AI. Hold on. Neighbor. I saw wherein they need forensic. If somebody unalive someone, they need forensic when police do it. The police is acting like the judge, the jury, and execution in Jamaica.
But sir, the same system have recommended to the DPP that policemen be charged, and they have been charged, taken before the court. Do you know that?
Yes, I know. I heard of cases, but my time
is out. I'm 10 o'clock. I'm out of time.
Okay. All right, Neighbour. You take care. Nice talking to you.
For those of you who are online, I'm gonna give you a little time, doing extra, but can't stay too long. I'm gonna ask two of our listeners, just two of you, to chip in and help us with $20. Can you send $20 to 954-635-8732? Two. I would appreciate it. We just need $40. Yeah, I think Karen, hi, Karen. Hello, Karen. Karen, hi. Okay, no. We're gonna go back to my call, and then we end with HR. Okay, hold on, HR. Caller, good night again to you, caller. Good night again to you, caller. Hey. The real SV. I'm coming back to you, sir. Hi. One more time. Come on. All right, let's go to the HR. No, are you there? Hi. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. Wrap up for me, please.
Yeah, man. I was listening to that caller earlier, and though he was saying some stuff which we know is not necessary that he's wrong, but again, a lot of time we have no evidence of stuff, and so we run off with what the crowd are saying. Some of it are politically motivated, and we understand that too. And we still don't want to be remaining at this crossroad, because it doesn't help, because we are still one people. We need to be supportive on both sides. If it's injustice, it's injustice, and if it's justice, it's justice. It can't be that because of political perspective, one side will be tearing down and saying, "Oh, the bad thing." Like, for example, I remember, I don't even want to go there because that is a whole new topic by itself. But yes, as I said before, it has this it seemed like indiscipline has become like a norm of our society. You know what I mean? And that is very sad, because I think over time, because of, and we always put it in and say generational because of different dispensation and such like that. People begin to think that, oh, when you were old, you did have to do this and you'd have to be obedient to this and that. But now we're in social media era. And then we are the same ones who run out when things happen, not without, without a lot of proof sometime. You see the barefacedness of the society in tearing down, for example, the government and the institution. And mark you, every country have their own stuff, but you would not see it in, for example, in the US, it's not so blatant. And I've seen where, a matter of fact, I've seen a video, Neighbor, I don't know if you've seen it, where a young man came out just yesterday morning, and this man, literally a Jamaican, was telling the Jamaican police that he can send down mass for gunmen. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, think about this, because things are accessible in the US.
I tell you, sir, I am behind the police 100%.
This man, of course. I
want to make it clear, sir. I want to make it clear. I do not believe that there is any intention of the security forces to commit any infractions or what they call extrajudicial unalive. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I am not suggesting that mistakes have not been made.
Yes, definitely.
And those mistakes are unfortunate. However, the veracity, the truth of those mistakes are not determined by any Christian group, no Jamaican for Justice, no media. They have their opinions, sir. The truth must be investigated by the institution that has the authority to do so. Not the Prime Minister, not the Security Minister, not the Commissioner of Police, and definitely not the residents in the communities. If they have evidence, they must subject themselves to the process. Yes, and you know something that is happening in this country, sir, that there is not sufficient trust in institutions that we have established. And we cannot afford to politicize these institutions, sir. We must empower them, resource them, and give them independence. That's it. Okay?
Yes.
When there is an infraction committed by the police, it can be tried in the media. You know, try your police in the media. You can have your opinion, but you don't have the facts. The facts are gathered by those persons who are being paid to do it.
So, right.
Have a great night, sir.
All right, man. Bless up yourself and keep doing the good work, bro. We're watching from a distance, always. Enough respect.
Thank you so much. Moderator, give me two more, no? Give me two more. By the way, there is a challenge by listen to this. Listen to this.
The Lawyers Christian Fellowship says the latest fatality figures signal a troubling trend. They join Indicom in raising alarm. But while acknowledging the public angst over the numbers, SSV Brooks says Indicom's framing of the issue has played a role in unfairly causing public panic.
If you present the stats and you stack the stats or you pad the stats in a particular way, you're going to create a perception. And if you express alarm as Indicom, even though you're finding overwhelmingly find that there's nothing to be alarmed about, but if Indicom says it's alarming, then that establishes the tone of the conversation for the people who rely on Indicom. There are hundreds of persons who are arrested every year with guns on their persons, and they are placed before the courts. And those persons out.
You hear that? There are hundreds of persons arrested every year with weapons on their person. In other words, them have illegal guns. We, you know, can I say this? It starts with pussy. Pussy footing. You know that term? We are pussy footing around. Very important. Pastor Perry, pardon me. You probably have to. No. See, we are pussyfooting around serious issues in this country. Okay? And you know, it probably is coming out of our political the tribal nature of the way we practice politics in this country. This is no joke. This is not a joke thing. Okay? We unalived at some point in our history 1,700 people in 1 year. You see? Go up a Dovecot and hear the cries of our citizens. Okay, go up to Neighbour and hear the cries of our people in the grave. Okay, in Maypen Cemetery. I used to work downtown, you know, in one of the inner city communities. Right, I used to carry bodies to Meadows and Dovecot every Sunday. At one time, I start smell like dead. Right? The amount of people I bury. I used to do funerals very often. I bury more people than a lot of people in Jamaica know about. You hear me tell you something? I carry. And many Sundays you can't even open the casket. The faces you can't show them. Okay? Violence and crime in this country here. So let's not play around here and think that this is an easy task. Okay, let's listen a little bit more to Mr. Brooks.
Number police fatal shootings.
According to SSP Brooks, there has been a notable increase in targeted and planned police operations. He says the police are prioritizing high-risk offenders who, if left unchecked, could significantly impact the national murder rate. SSP Brooks says those offenders are likely to violently confront the police.
The nation is asking my colleagues to go and take on the people who are most responsible for most violent crime in Jamaica. The people who have a propensity to kill 5 and 6 and 7 people. The same people who have a propensity to walk up and spray a dance, to spray people in Cherry Tree Lane and shoot 15 until 9. You're asking my colleagues to plan an operation, apprehend those persons, and mitigate against their demonstrated inclination to shoot at people. That argument just holds no water with me.
When asked for an update on the rollout of body-worn cameras and the status of procurement, SSP Brooks says it is a matter for the Ministry of National Security to address.
We have said it for a very long time. We are incrementally procuring body-worn cameras. We are steadfastly moving in the direction of the procurement of body-worn cameras. They are very expensive. As a small island developing state, we can only procure so many at a time. And so it will take time. There is no panacea. There is no magic wand that we can wave to make body-worn cameras be ubiquitous throughout the force.
Rubian Williams for Nationwide News.
No, ubiquitous throughout the force. And I've spent 1.5 hours here explaining why I don't support body-worn cameras introduced in this culture. We are not ready for that. I can tell you that. We have to get our people first understanding what is the rule of law, what is respect for authority, yes, and create a more gentler society before we strap our police with body-worn cameras and send them out there and think that that is going to be the panacea, as Mr. Brooks is saying.
If you present the stats and you stack the stats or you pad the stats in a particular way, you're going to create a perception. And if you...
John? Hello, John. I don't have a lot of time. I don't have a lot of time, and I have Protecting with me and Karen. So
yes, neighbor. I just say two things quickly. See, neighbor, we are coming from a culture where we see the dance as Lord and Savior, right? And the so-called and the politics that we practice in this country over the years, neighbor, has facilitated the danmanship, and it has rotten our society, right? That's why we become at one time the murder capital of the world. You understand me, neighbor? You have sometimes, you know, I am in the field of construction, and sometimes I have the opportunity to speak to young men who want to believe in law and order, and them talk all the while that them now gone to prison, they're willing to go down with a fight with the security force. So many of us come in here and live, neighbor, and bashing the police, don't have a clue what they are talking about. Stylish, this gentleman named Stylish, while I go talk about Jamaica, don't even have forensic. Where is him when the government rolled out a state-of-the-art forensic lab to the country last year? These people just believe certain things that PNP is still in power, where taxpayer money just spent each year and you don't see any benefit from it. So neighbor, I will just let you go to the other guests here.
Thank you, man. Okay, Karen, you've been here waiting. Are you there? Karen? No. She's not there. Karen? Touched by an angel, eh? Good night, Protecting. Hey.
Happy New Year, neighbor. Good evening.
Yeah, to you too. How are you doing, man?
I'm all right, you know. I mean, I didn't really want to join any conversation, but for the past couple of days, it has been steaming up both locally and abroad. So I decided to join conversation. But if you don't mind giving me about 2 minutes now, neighbor, and I'll come back shortly. I was in the middle of doing something.
Anyway, everyone Protecting Jamaica. Good night to you, sir.
Yeah, good night again, neighbor. Sorry about that just now. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Mr. Protecting Jamaica, do you think that the Jamaican society is ready for the introduction of body-worn cameras? Do you think we are ready? Huh?
No.
We're not.
No.
Tell us what?
We're not ready because, you see, we have to face the fact, neighbor, and that is the reason why I decided to join the conversation in discussion of the topics that has arisen over the past few days. We need to first be an honest society.
Yes.
I know we have numbers out there of above maybe 80% literacy in the country, but the benchmark we measure literacy, neighbor, basically only talk about the basics. Comprehension is a problem in the country.
Yes.
We have people who don't understand very much about many things. And the society is changing so fast. Gone are the days when changes globally and societally would take maybe about 1.5 to 2 decades or so. We have changes now every 5 years, we have gone now to every 18 months. There are major changes in societies globally. And with these changes comes challenges. And we still are lingering and we still are lagging behind in really truly educating our people. And you have heard me on this for a long time, that we really need to start bringing our people along. Now, when people see these things on TV, cable is now popular in Jamaica. So everybody I watch cable and they must see these things on news in other countries, and they must see it on show. And them things say it's just something that you just add. These things are being used as a tool in countries where societies are educated, societies understand.
And where there is respect for law, sir.
And there is respect for rule of law.
For the rule of law. Yes. Where the social, where people understand how they should respond to authority protecting Jamaica.
Yes.
And when the police says to you, "Good afternoon, sir, may I see your paper?" You know, run him and send him upon a mother.
Yes.
Because you are going to elicit a type of response. What are we doing to our police when we are strapping them with cameras and sending them in a society that is not even respectful of them?
So, neighbor, and this is where I said that the conversation has to be honest, because look at it. We need tools like this in a neighbor, but the question you ask,
we don't.
Yeah, we're not ready.
We're not ready.
Question, we're not ready, but we need tools like these to help to manage the society, but we're not ready.
We have to get the society ready for it, sir.
But the government is now in a tough place, neighbor, because the government is faced with this modern reality while it has to balance all the other important issues that arise in a society. And so the government has to be tippy-toeing as they move forward, facing all the realities they have to face in regards to everything that pops up locally and globally. And so the government, I believe, is in a tough position because and here's where the problem lies. The problem lies in the segment of our society, which is always deemed academia. These are the people, many of them who were unpicked and sent to school by one Michael Manley. And so they are beholden to one side of the political spectrum. And so when these discussions are had, they are never had in the purest form. The conversations are usually lopsided because they use words and they use terms and they put the conversations forward and blow them completely over the head of the little man in the communities that really need the system to work. So we need to have an honest conversation, neighbor. And so we fast forward to this week when we have another educated bunch of people who, because of their own personal interests, they are making an outcry, very loud outcry in the society. Now, a few people like myself know that what they might do, it don't really make no sense. It as Dennis Brooks said, it can't hold water. But they are doing it anyway because it's their interest.
Protecting the panacea, which we think that just simply because right now I would argue protecting that we have cameras on all police operations because every citizen pull out them phone, everything that the police do today is recorded, Yeah.
And that's why I say we have to have honest. We have to really have honest conversation because Miss Lady the Ellen Colin Nicholson, she was very dishonest. As a matter of fact, she lied and wicked with what she came out with as the head of that Christian liar business.
Where was the lie?
All right. We know that the judiciary is the one that makes the final conclusion and based on evidence, whether a crime is committed or not.
The Director of Public Prosecution, makes a recommendation for charge.
Yeah, man, but may I talk about the final part of it, which is the court are gonna make conviction and rule where you get your
that they are guilty.
Right. Now, I don't understand her argument. This woman was literally saying that the police is performing extrajudicial killing.
And I think that was wrong. Yes, I think you are
She
correct.
knows what she's doing. They know
You
what
just
they're
connect with
doing.
that other. I made that point
They're
earlier. Yes. Yes,
Them
this is it, sir.
lie.
Because the fact of the matter, sir, is that there is no evidence
That
the police-
extrajudicial killing is happening.
No, you're correct. Yes.
No. Neighbor, the real matter, and I've been listening to media since yesterday to hear if those in media are brave enough to speak truth to form.
That
The
is
real
true,
issue is 90% of those who practice law in Jamaica are criminal defense attorneys, neighbor. So when this business that the researchers talk about, that crime is a business, crime is not just a business for the little youth to put on a marine and a short pants go bust 2 shots. It's a business for the undertaker, and a little country like Jamaica have over 320 at funeral parlor. It's a business for the undertaker. It's a business for the criminal defense attorney, because them put a price on everything. Them have appearance fee. Them have cut down your years in a prison fee. Them have show up fee and delay the process fee if you make you stay out a little longer, use technicalities for delay the case. Them have all sort of fee. And so it is a business for the criminal defense attorneys. What is happening, neighbor, that I don't hear one practitioner in media is talking, is that criminal defense attorneys are going out of business because there is less and less criminals to defend.
Well,
and if you have less criminals to defend, then the how much thousand of them, what them are going to do?
Yes. Well,
and that is what she is doing. She and her group, them are sing and a dance with them plate of food, neighbor. And we need to speak the truth.
Well,
them dance and sing
I did not go that far, but I agree with you that to attack them on extrajudicial is wrong. It is wrong. It is giving the public the impression that this is happening, and she has no evidence that this is the case, sir. You are quite correct.
The thing that is emerging out of this, neighbor, all those sleeper cells that were in the country sleeping, and every now and then them pop up, because the system is changing. Jamaica is becoming better. Jamaica is now serving the citizenry of the country, the real people it should serve. And because its society is changing, it has squeezed them.
Yeah.
Notice how wicked these people are. They make a business out of crime. They live them big life out of crime. And now that crime is no longer a sexy issue in the country. They are concerned about their livelihoods.
Yeah.
And
listeners, can I please get the 200,000 likes, please?
Good night, Caroline. And the more I thought about it since the past 2 days, neighbor, I mean, last Friday, I think Ricardo Brooks on Nationwide, his preamble doing Cliff Hughes online that morning when he said we have to begin to ignore these people because we know that they are being dishonest, and we have to just see them for what they are, who they are, and ignore them. Because if we don't ignore them, we are losing Jamaica. If we pay them mind, Jamaica will lose. And if we ignore them, Jamaica.
I don't know if you heard, sir, that in her statement they acknowledged the reduction in crime. It's just an acknowledgement. What a piece of out of orderness. You just they acknowledge it. This is not something to be acknowledged, protecting. This is something.
As I said to you, I choose to join the conversation again because you know me that cool out. I choose to rejoin the conversation because it is hard for them in a neighbor. We are now those people who somebody like myself was trying to tell that this is how the PMP operate. They weren't believing us, All these people are comrades in a neighbor. I know them, And what is happening now is they have built a life out of crime. And it's as simple as that. We have to speak honestly, because when crime is high, they make money. Neighbor, don't think it's strange. That is not just Mark Golden and Dayton Campbell who is against Andrew Holness. The people who own how much 100 security company in Jamaica, they're against him too. Because if murders go down and all crimes go down, businesses are going to start to hire less security. Them are out of business.
Wow. Well,
they're going out of business. These people literally make money off of crime.
Security companies mushroomed in the 90s, so when things were very bad.
Okay.
Yes.
And after 97, when murders went over 1,000 for the first time, we had about 10 to 12 more security companies that emerged.
Wow. Yes, sir. If we create a nation of peace, they gone out of business.
Okay. Now, my suggestion before me leave that topic, the neighbor, my suggestion to the criminal defense attorneys, change your profession. Go and sign up for Hard Trust, NTA, and go do carpentry and building construction. Jamaica is rebuilding. We're not changing the profession. That will serve you no better.
You have to come back. I have more time.
Hold on, neighbor, before you go. Give me 30 seconds before you go.
Go ahead.
With the allegations about Caribbean leaders who did take money from Nicolas Maduro and Chavez for run drugs through the Caribbean.
What?
I've been asking the question since yesterday, and I just want to ask the question here. It is also alleged that for the September 3rd election, Angela Brownberg flew into Jamaica in a private jet with a bag of money, 12 million US it was said to be.
I don't know anything about that though, you know, sir.
Alleged. That is the allegation out there. Now the question I want to ask is, which political party in Jamaica is very close to Hugo Chavez's and Nicolas Maduro's Venezuela?
The Gleaner today made that quite clear in their statement.
The People's National Party.
Yeah, the Gleaner made that clear. So that's
all right. So the question I want to ask, if after the Venezuelans supported the PMP for so long, including PJ Patterson and Philip Palwell, are they going to fly to New York City to bail Mr. Maduro? That's the question. Me don't talk.
Well, yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Thank you for allowing me to join. And good night, everybody, and take care of yourself. One love Jamaica, all patriotic Jamaica, and bless upon yourself.
Yes. Well, go ahead, dear moderator.
Yes, Neighbor. I'm going to ask you to stay on the live until I get that tool. Neighbor, it is important that our listeners understand how critical it is for us to educate the people, and that is the reason why, we emphasize so much on them sharing the live and reposting the live so we can reach as much people as we possibly can.
Don't forget giving that contribution, that $10 and that $20. Very important.
Okay, but on a serious note though, Neighbor, it's very important that we are spreading the information to everyone. So listeners, I beg you, please, as much as you can, share this information, and we can do so by growing the platform where we have more listeners that are getting the information.
Yeah. Not only that, this idea that we can try these cases in the public square is wrong. We don't have the capacity to do that, and we need to call out groups like the Christian lawyers for coming out to talk about extrajudicial killing. First of all, do the people listening to us understand what extrajudicial killing is? Let me tell you. Extrajudicial killing refers to the deliberate and unlawful unaliving of individuals by government officials. Deliberate. So when you come up here and you talk about judge, juror, and execution, where is the evidence that our police are conducting extrajudicial execution? Where is the evidence? There is no evidence to support that. What we have is that the police on operations say that this happens. Now, I wasn't there, You weren't there. The police says so. Them when did it. It is now for the independent investigators to go in to the scene, process the scene, speak to the police officers, gather the statements, gather eyewitness accounts, put the case before the DPP for the DPP to rule. We can't try the police on programs. You bloggers, you can't try the police on your lives. That's not how our society operates. Yes, we need to invest in technology, equip institutions like Indicom with those technologies, provide the resources, empower them, and for Christ's sake, no politicizing of these organizations, and allow people to have trust so people know that when Indicom comes on the scene, the matter is in good hands. That's how we are going to create a just, fair society. Lives can't try police. Yes? Innuendos can't try police. Be strong. And in the meantime, we back the police. And we can't back criminals. We can back criminals. In the meantime, we back the police. And the world thought my God, if the dead could talk. If the dead could talk, those lying down in Meadowrest and in Dovecot, down Maypen Cemetery. Oh, if they could talk. Oh, if they could talk. Oh, it's so when criminals took their lives. 30,000 of them. Let the rain come down and wash away over the last 30 years. More than 30,000 of our brothers and sisters. All's well?
Yes, go ahead, neighbor.
Okay, thank you. All right. So yesterday we actually had a discussion on guardrails, the whole concept of how are we going to ensure that the progress we have made as a country is sustained. Because make no mistake about it, where we are as a country is not where we should have been. We're not where we ought to have been, you know. With all the MAGA Trump, can you add him? Let me hear what he has to say before I go to Joshua. I want Jamaicans to understand that we are not where we ought to have been. Wouldn't you agree with that, Joshua? Hello?
Hi, neighbor.
Good night to you, sir. Hi.
Good night. Love the program. Happy New Year.
Well, New Year gone long time, man.
It's still going on.
Yeah. New Year to you, sir.
Yeah, I've been listening to you, man. You hit it right on the head. You already hit the nail on the head.
Okay.
I like platform like this, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, from a former JCF, you know. I like what you're saying there.
You are a former member of the JCF.
Yes.
Let me ask. Oh. Higher. Can you? Yes, thank you. How many years you served, sir?
3 years.
Not a long time at all. You used to go out on operations?
Sometime, yeah.
Now, describe for me, sir, without giving out too much, what what was the experience like as a policeman going out on an operation? Have you ever come under, for example, fire?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
How does it make you feel?
I worry about myself, my safety, my family. It's scary. It's scary.
Yes.
So when I hear people talking about the police and the police, they're not there to see what you're going through. Your life is at risk. You know? So when I hear the talking in the lab about the police have a job to do. And I think this should have been done a long time ago. A long time ago it should be done.
Would I be correct, sir, that there is no evidence that it is that the police go out to commit any extrajudicial execution? Nothing will go so.
Nothing like that. Nothing. And the people, they're not even there to see what's happening.
Yes.
They're not there.
Yes. And you are saying to me as a former policeman that you have been on operations where your unit came under fire. Hello?
Repeat?
You are saying to me, sir, as a policeman, former policeman, that you have been on operations where your unit came under fire.
Everyone told me to.
Don't know why I'm not hearing him. Hello, sir? Hello?
Darkness and good times. I knew I was.
Cabrini, could you please unmute your mic?
Hello, sir?
Yeah, go ahead.
You are telling me that you have experience that you were out there and your unit came under fire.
Yeah, and their weapon is more powerful than the police.
Hold on, sir. And it was not policemen firing back at you.
No, it was criminals.
Who was firing? Sir?
Criminal was firing.
Firing at the police?
Yeah.
Why were they firing for you? Just to pop it in the air, just to have fun?
No, because you tell them you give them a command and they wouldn't do it. They would just evade.
Why would they? Why are you telling me that they are firing at the unit
yeah. You come under fire.
In other words, your lives became at risk in the execution of your duty.
Absolutely.
So when the police say that they go on operations and they came under gunfire, it's not a joke.
No, it's a serious thing. It's like a war. Because we outpowered by the rifle they have,
You are saying that your unit was not able to, you were outpowered?
Yeah.
What do you mean outpowered?
From the weapon that they were firing us with.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you take evasive action.
You have to.
Yes. Wow.
You have to.
Wow. So this is not something that we should take for a joke, sir. When police tell you that they go out there, came under gunfire, you say you have experienced that personally.
Oh, yeah, personally, yeah.
Wow. Yeah. I tell you that. And therefore, in a situation like that, you have to either seek to defend yourself.
You have to take cover, yeah. You have to take cover.
Or to fire back.
And something you don't get them,
Don't get them.
No.
Get away.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you a question, sir. Tell me how you feel in a moment like that when you're out there and you are taking fire, not deliberately, but your unit is being fired at. How do you feel in this moment?
Well, to be honest, I feel like we're at war and we shouldn't be at war. I think people should respect the police and do what the police command them to do.
Do you feel afraid? Are you anxious? Do you think, my God, I'm going to die now?
Oh yeah, everything is on the line.
Everything is on the line.
Yeah.
Doesn't it affect you psychologically, sir? Do you want to go back out the next day?
Well, you know, it's a thing. You're motivated because you want to get these people off the street. You want to get, you're motivated. After you finish and you say, you know what, we have to get these people.
To fight for the people of Jamaica. To get rid of the bad
exactly.
laws.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think so. I think that you're exactly correct.
Because once the job is not done,
His microphone is giving a little problem. But
we need to have police, community where the police is familiar with people in the community. We need to get back to that.
Yeah.
And I think the citizens will have to respect the police.
Tell me something, sir.
We were trained to protect and serve, huh?
Yeah. How do you feel as a former cop to hear in Jamaica that murders are below 700?
It feels good. It should have been happening a long time ago.
Did you know when you were a part of the force that we would have come to this?
You know what? I always have hopes, and I have a cousin of mine. He did 29 years there, and he would criticize, what's going on, and and I would tell him and say, "Cuz, you know what? You give 29 years of this," and he was frustrated by what's going on, he was in the narcotics division there, and he would see a lot of things. He would be on a fire too. And it's like, you know what? He always say, "Oh, these guys' guns are outnumbers our gun." It's they go on operation, and these guys were firing at them. But that's a culture.
Yeah.
And we have to change that because nobody like the police in Jamaica. They don't like the police for whatever reason. I mean, first they're gonna say we corrupt and whatever. You know what? In any organization, you have good people, you have bad people. You're not there to analyze citizen. If they drop their weapon and turn themselves in, it's better for the country.
Did you ever come up in your situation with a citizen that the citizen disrespect you? Did you ever get that?
No, I was very respected by a lot of people in the vital community in Jamaica. I used to patrol there, and you know what? I never really have any problem with the citizen because I treat them just like I want to get treated. I never disrespect them. But I have people who was in my batch. They would disrespect people, and I have to stop them and say, "Come on, that's not the way we were trained." We were trained to respect, protect, and serve. That's what it's all about. We're here to deal with people with respect. But like I said, you know what? You're gonna have bad cop and you have good cops. It's not perfect.
Yeah. Well, sir, I thank you so much for sharing. I must go to Joshua now. So
yeah.
You'll come again. Thank you so much. You hear?
You're welcome. Thanks.
Great. Okay. Fantastic. Joshua, hello. Greetings, Joshua. Here is where I want to start with you, Joshua.
One moment. Greetings to the beautiful Caroline. Welcome back. Caroline?
Don't be so distracted by focus. Joshua.
All right.
Yeah, I think her mic is muted there.
Right, that's what I realized.
Yeah.
Go ahead now, Neighbour, please.
Yeah, Joshua, the Lawyers Christian Fellowship, in their statement, Joshua, it appears as if they are accusing the police of extrajudicial unaliving. Do you think that is fair?
It can never be fair, sir. The fact that, well, first of all, good night to your listeners. The fact that they are labeled the Lawyers Christian Fellowship, the Bible that we read and know says that we must prove all things. So that's the first error that they make. Right?
Yes.
So if they are going to accuse the police without evidence, without even ballistics report, without forensic reports, without INDECOM giving a verdict on the matter. And when I say a verdict, I mean an investigated verdict, not an opinion. Then that in and of itself says that that cannot be balanced or fair.
But they are not alone in this irresponsible discussion. A lot of people tend to be misled, not understanding what exactly is extrajudicial killing. Would you expose that for me, please, and tell our listeners, what does extrajudicial killing mean?
All right, so the term extra, well, the prefix ex means out, right? And the judicial speaks of something that is, when it says extrajudicial, it means that it's something that is not judicious, it's not fair, right? And it was not warranted. Again, without evidence that in and of itself, it's not judicious of them. But whilst I can understand the public's position to a certain degree, because the public is largely ignorant.
But no, Joshua. I think we have to move beyond absolving the public of this ignorance. It is important that that we allow people to understand these terms and how they are affecting discussions in the society, and probably even the morale of the police. Extrajudicial killing is a very serious matter.
I agree with you, Neighbour. And when I use the term, whilst I will understand from the public's perspective, it's not that I'm excusing the public, because I believe that the public has a responsibility to educate themselves. But it's the lesser of the two evils that I was trying to put to the fore for a minute, just for 1 minute, not totally. Those in academia, irrespective of the fact that they have been educated, instead of using education as a tool to uplift people and to make them better, they are using not education now, but their positions to make people more ignorant. And I listened to Protecting JA, and I like the name because indeed these kinds of approach, these kinds of studied observation, studied argument is really in a bid to protect JA, and we have to do so with all our might. So when those in academia are going to because of the color of their allegiance, then they take a one-sided approach because their party was unsuccessful in bringing the crime rate down. And not just their party, but because a lot of them are beneficiaries, whether directly or indirectly, of the proceeds of crime and the industry that is known as crime, then I have a serious issue with something like that. Okay. Because crime in and of itself is an industry.
Yeah, Yeah, let
Yes,
me put
sir.
it to you, Joshua. The fact of the matter, though, is that there is an argument that whilst we have been very successful at lowering the unaliving in Jamaica, the other side of the coin, where the policing part of it is high, and not only in Jamaica, but some of our international partners are pointing to this. How do you explain it? I mean, Travi, I don't know if you heard him yesterday positing an explanation, but why
No.
would you didn't hear Travi?
No, I didn't, but I'm glad I didn't, so that it doesn't color what I have to say.
Yes, I'm trying to coin the correct phrase so that the live doesn't get restricted. But you understand the question I'm asking.
How do we explain to the listeners?
How do we explain that we were able to reduce murders to 42%, but on the side of the police, the amount of persons that the police have unalived have remained very high?
Statistically, that can't be so. And I would ask one question. If we go to a football match as a spectator and we go as a player, which is most likely to be injured, the player or the spectator?
The player.
The player. So in a conflict, there has to be winners and losers in a conflict. And if criminals are going to come out and decide to engage the police have a right to defend themselves. There are no two ways. We cannot expect crime to be reduced in the country without engagement. And these engagement can either be through verbal engagement or physical engagement. Unfortunately, we have heard at least one of the apologists for the criminals, right, that says that they are not going in. Well, it wasn't one of the apologists. I apologize, right? We have heard many times when criminals says they will not be taken. Now, if they decide within themselves, you're engaged in crime, and you decide within yourself that I am not going in like that, right? My good friend connecting the dot, who is an ex-police officer, he will tell you that criminals tell him point blank when he was in the force that Sam now go back on a prison, you know. Even when they know that they are wanted. Now, if they have made up their mind that they're not going back into prison and they have not given up a life of crime, what it means is that they have made up their minds to engage the police violently. And the police is more trained than they could ever be. Right? And as a result of that, if you engage someone who is trained in an art and you are, whether partially trained or not trained at all, expect to come out on the losing end. Even if your weaponry is better.
There is a correlation between the successes on one end and the whatever is happening over the other side.
Of course, most definitely.
All right.
Most definitely.
Okay. Now, part of the recommendation that the lawyers are making is that we equip the police with body-worn cameras. Now, do you see this, Joshua, as the panacea? Do you see this as the solution? Do you see it as solving that problem? That's A. And B, do you think that this policy should be reintroduced in Jamaica at this time? Do you agree with it?
And so the answer to both questions is no and no.
No.
And let me no and no. Let me tell you why. You asked if it should be the solution. If it will be the magic, well, I can't use that term because you'll be flagged. Right? But let me use the word magic wand instead of the one that I was going to use.
Yes.
Right? Now, before we can begin to have some solutions to crime, we have to have a number of things. We have to, first of all, be honest as a nation. That's the first thing. We have to be honest in the home, right? Wherein as parents, we have to let our kids know that you cannot expect to live a life of crime and live to see a ripe old age. The two are not mutually inclusive. Right? Every man shall be paid according to their works. The scripture says that.
Yes.
Not me. And if the sovereign one who has made heaven and earth says that every man shall be paid according to their works, if you have lived a life shortchanging people and cutting short their life, then as the word like to say is that karma will catch you one day.
You reap what you sow.
Yes. I have never seen somebody plant corn and reap mango yet. Never. Right? In addition to that, when we speak about honesty and the home, what it therefore means that we have to first of all become better parents. And we have to learn to make the hard decisions, right? And the decision don't begin when you have kids. The decision begins before you have kids. That means you improve yourself as an individual, that when you have a child, you are prepared for that child. And we should not use, and I hope the ladies don't get too angry with me tonight, you should not use a man as a crutch to get where you're going. And you don't want the man, and then when the baby born now, you decide you don't want him. So you end up with a fatherless child, and you alone have to raise him. You and I, neighbor, know how well that system works. And I'm speaking, you know, I'm being, there's a word I'm looking for. My head is going, right? But it doesn't work in their favor.
Yes.
Right? So when you engage in a relationship that you're not prepared for, and you engage in a relationship that where you decide I'm going to get a youth for this man because him look like him have money, and then realize after you get pregnant, this man never really have no money, and it was never out of love in the first place, then you're going to have a child in a loveless relationship. That is part of the problem. Right? Then there are those now on the male side who decides, boy, I want a youth. Can get to 23 and 25 and him screw up around. So him want a youth, him no love the woman, and him no plan for stay in her life. Him just want, when Father's Day come, them don't say my gelding. We're going to end up with the same problem. Right? So it's a one-parent household, and then that's a recipe for a society that is wayward. Right? Then in addition, on the broader scale, we have to have, Garfman said it well, we have to have a society where an opposition is willing to work with government instead of...
So you are saying that some of the social ills is the government alone cannot solve it, because that is where the politics gets involved.
Listen to me.
Oh my God.
In fact, I want to explain it. I will just say yes. The government alone cannot.
But you know, Joshua, I must tell you the truth that we really need a conversation in this country, a honest conversation, Joshua. Because when Garfman said it tonight, he's dead right. You think we can clean up some of these towns without the politics, Joshua?
It is going to be impossible, and let me tell you why. Let me give you an example. The PNP, when Omar Davis was Minister of Finance, instituted a seatbelt law that was never instituted. Leading up to the implementation of the increase for public sector workers, this administration, approximately 17 years later, decide, boy, it's time to implement it.
That's a new road traffic act.
Right. Decide to implement what was passed under the PNP. This is not this administration that passed it, you know. It's the PNP that passed it. Mark Golding with the red liquid in his eyes, right? That flows through our vein. Saw an opportunity to politicize it instead of looking out for the greater good of the country. And rush out and decide to politicize it instead of looking at the greater good. And that is what is affecting the society.
Politics.
Right. And instead of supporting it, he went further. He called the government wicked.
To implement something they passed.
They passed. And when at that time he was Minister of Justice and he never objected to it. But now that he sees an opportunity to get political one-upmanship, he rushes out instead of supporting a good cause for the greater good of the society. This is what we are talking about, you know, societal dysfunctionality. Right?
No.
What is impacting it?
Yes. Now, in that context, Joshua, a dysfunctional society riddled with politics, you strap your policemen with cameras and send them out there. Is that it is in that context that you say we're not ready for it yet?
We are not ready for it. And let me tell you why. Because when you have a society, you touched on it earlier, and let me commend Garfman, because Garfman is a known political activist and he's a comrade. And normally comrades are not very honest. But I commend Garfman for his honesty.
Yes, we need more of that.
Yes.
Yes.
And he's one of the few that you can reason with when it's not political season.
Garfman.
Yes.
Wow.
One of the few. Right? Now, I was going to make a point. You had asked a question just before I digressed.
I was
right?
asking in that context. That is why you are suggesting that we are not ready for the implementation of body. In other words,
sir.
We want to show everybody how the police is operating out there. We're not ready for that.
All right. I will hasten to give an analogy. If you're going to have a function at your house and you have some well-cooked meals and you're expecting not only guests but important people, but you didn't clean up the place and it has not been cleaned all week. I know you're not that kind of man because I know you personally. I know you to be a clean man, right?
Be careful.
But the place has not been cleaned all week. The floor is dirty. You believe it's the right time to serve the meal to the guests before cleaning up the place?
Very good analogy. Very good analogy. Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah. Anyway, what about those, Joshua, who speak of accountability, transparency? That this is about accountability and transparency. How do you address that?
You know, I am all for accountability and transparency. And never in the last 40 years have we seen an administration that has tried so hard, even bending backwards to their own detriment at times, to facilitate and to ensure that accountability and transparency is at the forefront of what they do. Right. I will confess that in their own defense, they need to work on the communication. And when I said in their own defense, because when the lies against them comes out, they often remain silent. But in terms of ensuring that the governance structure is protected, right, and what they do is above board, right, we can see it being evident. Right? We can see it being evident because we can see it being evident. One member of the administration was accused of something, and the Prime Minister took swift action to axe him. Though it has not been proven, he was accused. But the Prime Minister took swift action. We can remember the administration before this and of the other from the other party, right? And the one before that, in fact, the one of the 90s, to be very specific. Within the first 4 years, there was a litany of scandals. This administration has been operating with a sense of probity and transparency. In addition to that, the justice system that Styles would like to convince us has not improved.
Joshua, I would want you to spend a little bit more time exploring why you feel that the Jamaican society is dirty and we're not prepared yet to have the guest invited over. Explore that a little bit more, man.
All right, so first and foremost, we don't obey simple rules. Take, for instance, this morning I was going to work and I had to drive through a mall, right? I did that because it's a little shorter instead of going around the road. And every stop sign I had to stop in the mall, even when there were no vehicles coming. Several stop signs were there.
Even when there was no vehicle coming?
Even when there was no vehicle coming.
How do you make the adjustment though, Joshua? I mean, from Jamaica to that type of culture. How you make the adjustment?
Well, for me, though it is sometimes a bit inconvenient, you know that I'm a disciplined man. and I consider myself to be a flexible person.
Yes.
And if you want to grow, for those who are interested in growth, you have to be willing to adjust and adjust quickly.
Yes. Yes, Joshua. But so Joshua, how are we going to then begin to prepare the country for the introduction of these cameras? Because I think they deserve to come, just not now.
Right. So again, I mentioned about we have to revisit values and attitude. It has to begin in the home. So the parents going forward now have to begin to start holding on to their children and truly becoming parents, right? Not just by way of talk, but in terms of examples. You can't be breaking simple rules. And I will say this, and I hope my sister is not on the live, because if she's on the live, I'm going to get some colors under my skin. That child that was expelled, let me put a disclaimer. I do not agree with the expulsion. Let me make it very clear. I think it was too draconian. But that child that was expelled from school for breaking the school policy by braiding their hair and going to school was my niece. And I totally disagree with her breaking the school policies. And if you can't follow small rules, how are you going to follow big rules?
Absolutely correct, sir. You're absolutely correct. And that you are saying to me then that unless Jamaica embraces a new culture of the respect for law, then we better be careful how we are introducing cameras on our police persons.
Of course. We you know, if they have a rule in America, in North America, when you get to the crosswalk, right? Once someone steps out, you must stop.
Must stop.
Must stop. If we can't follow these simple rules, then the chaoticness that we have seen in our society will continue. The lawlessness that has prevailed and has increased since 1989, and we are just seemingly getting a little bit of control over it, will continue to be with us as a neighbor, no pun intended, for the longest while.
You're an older man than I am, Joshua. When did we lose our way? Because I was saying earlier that I remember when I went to primary school in Manchester. My God, Joshua, you went to school and sat in the classroom, 40 other you, and pin could drop in there and you hear it, you know. When the teachers came in, you had to stand up. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, miss. You don't sit down until they tell you to sit down, and you never dare. I mean, when did we lose our way?
All right, so it was gradually, sir. I believe that a number of things took place that we must never overlook.
Yes.
You mentioned one of them last night. When the economy started going down and people have to find creative ways to begin to earn, those creative ways were not necessarily lawful ways.
Yes.
The scamming that was started in Montego Bay by one Bebe, who was a funder of the People's National Party in the 90s. That was one such incident, but it wasn't only. It was not in isolation.
Yes.
When we started having the DJs decide and the producer deciding that the conscious lyrics should no longer be at the forefront of our dancehall music, but rather the more violent and obnoxious the lyrics were, then the more appealing then they would be. It was also another step in the wrong direction. I remember saying to my youngest brother there and then, I said to him, when Ninja Man just came out with all of those, I said to him, in the next 15 to 20 years, we're going to pay for this.
Mom.
That's what I said to him. And he asked me what I meant, and I sat down and I explained to him about the concept of things being in your psyche, right? And how it affects your actions, right? Because we live what we learn.
Yes.
We live what we learn, and learning, we talk about the 4 different kinds of learners. The auditory is one of them. And when we hear things and it becomes a part of our psychosis, become a part of our psyche, then we want to act it out after a while.
So then, Joshua, in 1989, when the PNP took government from the Jamaica Labour Party, the society in 1989 was a more gentler, peaceful society. So it is the 18 and a half years of the PNP that, you know, would have brought on this upon us.
The stats are there to back us, you know. In 1989, when the PNP took governance, the numbers, the homicide numbers, went down from 813 to 436 after that rise in 1980.
I'm speaking about the decline in the
morals
fabric of the society. Because you pointed out earlier that the economic downturn, the fact that people could not have no opportunity, etc., would have contributed to them exploring other ways of earning, and that too contributed to, you know, lawlessness.
Yes, I was going to make a connection between it and the homicide, but I'll skip that for now, right? But you are correct. And in fact, one of the things also, when we had the age, I think I am one of those who believe that the age of consent should never have been lowered.
From 18,
right, to 16.
Uh-huh.
At 16, you're not old enough to vote, but you're old enough to give consent as it relates to the possibility of having a child.
Yes, but education there, you know, Joshua, is very, very important, you know, because I find that it is communicated in a way where the girls feel that, you know, just wait until I'm 16. It's not that when you are 16 you are supposed to do it. That's how it is being communicated, that you can do it at 16.
Right, and that is why parents must be parent. You see, too many times parents try to be friends of their kids as opposed to being parent. You know, years ago, someone asked me a question, and my simple response was, you have one opportunity to have parents, but you have many opportunities to have friends. And so parents should not focus on being their children's friends first. Your primary responsibility is to be their parent. They're going to despise some of the action that you take and some of the rules that you implement now, but they'll end up loving you for it later because it will be to their benefit.
So true.
Right? Another decline, another thing that contributed to the decline, sir, is when kids would come home and say, boy, teacher beat me. And parents, instead of trying to find out what happened, decide that I'm going to school, go fight off teacher.
Yeah.
What message are you sending the child?
Yeah.
That is me alone can talk to you. But funny enough, when that child get out of hand, you call the teacher and the police to come talk to my son. The same son or the same daughter. What them couldn't talk to before. When you can't manage them now, you're asking the same teacher what you did want to fight off to come talk to him.
Yeah. Where is the change going to come from, Joshua? How do we begin? We have done much in terms of economic development. We have done much on the crime front. We have done much in infrastructure. We have done much in health, in education. How are we going to begin to position the society to become a society that respects the rule of law, so that the whole matter of crime and police cameras wouldn't even matter?
I am going to implicate a group that I am a part of in my response. This is where the church needs to stop being political and start focusing on what God has called them to do. When you have a group such as the Christian lawyers deciding, as opposed to looking at what the scripture says, that if a man takes a man's life, by man's hand shall his be shed also. That's what the scripture says, you know.
Yes.
And the Bible also says, whatever a man sow, that he shall also reap. This is an opportunity for the Christian lawyers to say, hey, it's unfortunate that it had to go this way. However, young men, this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity for you to change, because it won't end well for you.
Draw up your socks. Because in truth and in fact, Joshua, let me ask you, have you ever had in your interaction with the police any unfortunate incidents where you felt that they came to threaten your life?
Never in my life. I've had several interactions over the years. I've had, in my many years being alive, I've had 2 interactions that were not necessarily positive. I ended up in jail for a little while, and that's new information to you, even though you have known me so long. And it was innocently. The same jail that Agana Barrett lost his life in. That was the very cell that I was in. Right? And they took me from my gate, and for an entire week I was incarcerated.
Wow.
Right. And so that was one negative experience. And another night, when in the same garrison that I used to live in, one of them pulled up, a very popular person too, and pulled his firearm on me. And I had to remind him that that was not how he was trained. And then he began to ask me, who am I? And I asked him if that was important. Why does he need to know who I am? And he gently lowered his firearm and went back in the vehicle and drove off when I asked him that question, because he began to question himself now. Why does this man know all of these things? Right? Outside of that, I've never been hit. Largely I've been treated with respect. And so it brings into bear the other question, right? How are we going to treat ourselves so that others can treat us similarly? Because the way we carry ourselves, oftentimes tells others how to treat us.
Yes.
My new place of employment, the first 3 days of me being employed there, the very person who was responsible for training said to me, why don't you apply for a higher role, because you're more suitable there? and I was informed you carry yourself in that vein and you're already prepared and qualified for it, so why not? Right? And all of us were there, and I thought that others were doing better in the training than I was doing. But when you carry yourself with distinction, people are going to treat you accordingly. People might argue and say, boy, people shouldn't judge. But you must treat yourself how you want others to treat you. Carry yourself the very way. You as a person, the first time I saw you, what, 16 going 17 years now, I know you. In my mind, I said to myself, this is a very distinguished gentleman.
Really?
Right? And so, even if I was someone who swears, I would think twice about swearing around you because, you know, the way you look, I would say, no, I couldn't swear around this man. And I've had several persons sometimes around me swear in my presence when I was back home, right? Swear in my presence, and then they turn around. Some of them don't even know me and apologize and say sorry.
Yes, you're quite true. Yeah, people still hide their spliff when they see you and put away their drink, and they don't even know you.
Right. So I'm saying, as part of the overall trust to have a more orderly society, it has to, one, honesty must be there, and it has to begin with each individual. We must hold ourselves accountable. We can't be seeking to hold the police accountable without first holding ourselves accountable. We can't be seeking to hold government accountable and not hold ourselves accountable. So what happened? We are beyond, being held accountable. How is it that we want to accuse government of corruption, and irrespective of which party is in power? It doesn't matter. This argument is universal. We want to accuse government and law enforcement of being corrupt. But when law enforcement stop us, we want to give him 10 grand for let us go. When we are one of the corrupting elements.
Quite true.
Listeners, can I get to 300K likes, please?
Quite true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So until we begin to hold ourselves, yes, sir.
Yeah. Here we are now, Joshua. This society is obviously changing. We are not where we ought to be. I want you to address for me the criticism earlier from one of our callers. I think it was Tylis who said that the justice system needs reform. Joshua, sometimes I think we are hard on ourselves because a number of things has happened in terms of our developmental path. We are on a path, Joshua, that much work left to be done, but let's not fool ourselves. We have come a far way.
Very much so, sir. In fact, when I hear Styles, one of the questions that he asked you, and because of the interaction, I believe that it may have slipped past you, but thank God you revisited it. He asked whether or not we do forensic, or if we have forensic in Jamaica. That means he's not keeping up abreast of the development and the changes in the nation. And if we're not going to do that, then we can't have an honest discussion about matters such as these, because we're ill-informed and we're not doing enough research. And the government, the Ministry of Justice, has cleared up the backlogs in our court system, appointed new judges, have increased the salaries of the judges. And in addition to that, when they just came in, the backlog was somewhere between 9 or 10 years, right? And they have reduced it now down to the immediate year, right? That in and of itself is significant stride. Now, persons may say, why is it so significant? Because the longer the case takes to be called up and be mentioned and be dealt with, is the likelihood that frustration is going to come in and people find the need to take things into their own hands. You and I have been in mediation, and I want to be careful that I don't reveal too much information. But you and I have been in mediation in terms of our line of work, right? And we have seen the benefit of mediation, right? And how it helps to mitigate against violent acts. And this Minister of Justice, I don't always agree with him, right? Because sometimes I think he's too soft on certain matters. But he has made significant strides in the improvement of our justice system, right? We also have a forensic lab which was built in Jamaica just last year. The first time in the history of Jamaica, we now have a state-of-the-art forensic lab. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by the hurricane.
No.
Right? That cost about $30 million to be built. Right? So, you know, there are tremendous strides. This government, and I think you said it very, very well. You know, we have to look at where we were, how far we have come, and what is being done to improve it. And nothing happens overnight. It takes money. And this government has not only been pouring in terms of the ideas and the policies that are in place, but ensuring that the monies have been allocated to get us to a better place than we were before. It's not that they've sat down and to say, boy, this is how it has been, and it cannot be better, and accept it. No. Tremendous strides have been made and continue to be made, and plans are ahead. I would suggest for those listening that they read the government's manifesto.
Talking about the body cams, you know, even though, you know, we the Jamaican citizens are not ready for, you know, those kind of thing, you know, in my belief, I think and feel to myself, say, you know, it is a good thing that the Prime Minister, you know, has been introduced to Jamaica. You understand? Because we have to remember saying, you know, Jamaica is not like the first world country where it's very much upgrade and equip, you know, with all these kinds of tools, you know, where they can catch up with criminals, you know, and such forth, you know. And you know, I am in 100 support of with what the government is doing now, because we the Jamaican people need to stop from spreading propaganda, false information, and focus on what the government has in its manifesto. Because remember, so we are in 2026 though, and we still have 2027, 2028. We are good visions, right? I am not talking about what these false prophet and false prophetess are coming with, because they are not saying nothing, but we are speaking about growth and developments for the Jamaican people.
Very good.
So I do in total agreement with the Prime Minister, because I see if we have more cameras set up in Jamaica, like in the supermarket, you know, in the hotels, you know, we are crime as committed, we will have evidence other than to come and attack. So we see this when we don't see it.
Yes.
Because what that gentleman should say now, because I was been listening to, I want to call him name, you know, because I know he's still there in the chat. But what he should say is that oftentimes there are guys that as associate with the Don in the community tends to dress like a police officer in police uniform, right? For us as citizens to think and believe that they are the police and they are here to protect us, when those are the one who is doing the harm, the criminals them.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, man.
So I did want to come in the box a little bit earlier and to just interject on what he's saying. But I won't call his name because I know he's there and he's listening to me. But I'm just being realistic. You have criminals out there where wear police uniform, just up in a plain clothes, as if like say, you know?
Yeah, I'm out of time though. Take care of yourself.
Yeah, same to you.
Say hi to your wife to be. When is the wedding, sir?
Well,
it is in the making still, but there are local certain things, where we have to start out first before we get to there. So
your wife to be is a church woman.
Yes, sir, she is.
What about you?
Yes, I am a church person as well too.
So would you say that she's your common law wife? No?
Well, for right off, no. But I am gonna text you, I'm gonna send you a message, to let you know, why me say there are certain things that we have to deal with first, before we get to there. So
But you live together, right?
yes, sir.
But she live on one side of the house and you live on the other.
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yeah.
Different room?
Yes, sir.
What? Don't move. Stay where you are.
When love was all we had worth giving, the ride with you was worth.
So let me ask you a question. At night time, move across.
Well, some of the times, because it's a part of my nature. Some of the time.
The nights we had until the morning.
But we still have to respect our Christian tradition,
Yes, but some night you sleep walk.
Yeah, you have to just call it that. It's not everything you can say raw over on the ear.
Say what?
No, I'm saying that it's not everything we can say raw over on the ear. We have
You're just sleep. That's a sleep.
Diplomacy.
Didn't we all have it all? When love was all we had worth giving.
So far. It's a good for me. And we just have to be humble and wait on my time because we can't wait to say I do.
The way you used to touch me felt so fine.
Well, my brother, I commend you and I wish you the best. Wish you the best.
Down the line.
I would encourage you to careful of those sleepwalking moments you hear.
I heard you.
Say that?
I heard you.
By the way, in all truth and honesty, I'll tell you this, you see? Are you listening to me, sir?
Yeah, man, I'm listening to you.
Marriage is not a ceremony. As a matter of fact, I can tell you that our legislators have sought to control marriage. So look at you now. You are in a controlled situation, that is more societal, cultural. Because that's how the society sets it up. Now, I'm not saying to you that you must not obey the law of the land. Talk to me off the ear, you hear?
Yeah, man, I will.
876-858-9553. Listeners, it's 2 minutes after 12 o'clock, and I want to thank you for staying with us tonight. fantastic night, my brother. Take care of yourself. You hear?
Same to you, sir. Hi, Miss Caroline.
Have a good night, sir.
And say good night to everybody. Well, good morning. What a long shift, Caroline.
But neighbor, this was such a great show. It's such a wonderful way to start the new year, and you know, I hope you know that now you have started off like this. You have to keep it up. You know, it was really a lovely show.
Yeah, well, I hope you understand the amount of work that I put into producing here. Eh?
I have absolutely no doubt. You always put in the work, neighbor. Thank you so much.
You see, I think we want to be different, you know, Carla. We want to look at issues beyond what is out there, to add a fresh perspective and a new perspective. You know, that's what we aim to do.
Well,
yep, it's not easily repeated, but we try.
I know. But neighbor, this year we have to get better. You know, the listeners need to help us to grow the platform so that we can inform and educate more people.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Anyway, have a great day. You won't be here tomorrow, but we'll try and see what we can do on our own. Bye-bye.
I'll try to be back for Thursday evening.
Yeah.
I'll be driving a lot. I'll be doing a lot of driving, neighbor. So you know. Yeah. Well,
Yeah, man. Bye.
Have a great day tomorrow. Alrighty, bye. Have a good night, listeners.
It's too hard living in two separate worlds, but it's no sacrifice.
Your heart will overflow with praise. Your life will become a testimony that points others to my glory. Because I am God. I never make mistakes. And you are mine forever. Remember this message. Come back to it whenever worry tries to overtake you. Let these words sink deep into your spirit and transform your thinking. Share them with those you love who also need to hear that their Heavenly Father makes no mistakes and that they can release their worries into His capable hands. You are deeply loved. You are fully known. You are completely accepted. You are eternally secure. No mistake you have made can disqualify you from my grace. No failure can remove you from my hand. No sin that you have repented of is still held against you. No enemy can snatch you from my protection. You are mine. You always have been. You always will be. And today, as you step forward into everything I have prepared for you, know that I go before you, I walk beside you, and I guard your back. There is no place you can go where I am not already there. Trust me, believe me, follow me, and forget your worries, because I never make mistakes. Every plan I have for you is good. Every door I open leads to blessing. Every delay is preparation. Every closed door is protection. You are in the best hands possible. The creator of the universe is watching over you. The author of life is writing your story. The King of Kings is fighting your battles. What do you have to worry about? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So release it all. Let it go. Breathe deeply and rest in my love. I have you. I always have. I always will. I love you with all my heart. Now go in peace. Go in freedom. Go in the confidence that your God never makes mistakes. Your worries are forgotten. Your fears are released. Your future is secure. And my love for you will never ever end. Amen. My precious child, come close to me right now. I have words for you today that will heal your anxiety and set you up for a week of tremendous blessing. These are not empty words. These are words of power, words of life, words that will transform your inner world and your outer circumstances. I know you have been struggling with anxiety. I have seen the racing thoughts. I have felt the tight chest, the shallow breathing, the constant sense of dread. I have watched you try to manage it, control it, push through it. And I want you to know that I understand. I see you, and I am here to help. Anxiety is not your destiny. It is not your identity. It is not something you have to live with forever. My words are medicine for your soul. They are balm for your worried mind. They are peace for your troubled heart. And today, I am pouring those words into you. Listen carefully to what I am about to tell you. Let these truths sink deep into your spirit. Let them take root in your heart. Let them transform how you think, how you feel, how you respond to everything around you. First, I want you to know that I am in control. I know that statement might seem basic, but it is the foundation of all peace. When you truly believe that I am in control, anxiety loses its power. You see, anxiety is fundamentally about control. It is the fear that things are out of control, that bad things will happen, that you cannot handle what is coming. But I am in control, not partially, not sometimes, completely and always. There is nothing happening in your life that has surprised me. There is nothing coming that I have not already seen and prepared for. Every detail, every circumstance, every twist and turn is under my sovereign hand. This truth should release you. If I am in control, then you don't need to be. If I am managing things, then you can stop white-knuckling your way through life. If I have the future in my hands, then you can stop anxiously trying to figure it all out. Let go of control, not to chaos, but to me. Not to uncertainty, but to my certainty. Not to randomness, but to my purpose. I have you. I have your situation. I have your future. Rest in that reality. Second, I want you to know that I am working all things for your good. Not some things. All things. Even the things that seem bad. Even the things that don't make sense. Even the things that hurt. I am taking all of it and weaving it together for a beautiful purpose. Your anxiety often comes from looking at individual circumstances and seeing only problems. But I see the whole picture. I see how this challenge is building strength in you. I see how this difficulty is preparing you for what's ahead. I see how this pain is developing compassion in you for others. I see the good in what looks bad. Trust my perspective. When something happens that triggers your anxiety, remind yourself that I am working. I am taking this and turning it for good. You may not see it now. You may not understand it now, but it is happening. My promise is sure. This doesn't mean everything that happens is good. Some things are genuinely bad. But I am a redeemer. I take bad things and bring good out of them. I specialize in redemption, and I am redeeming everything in your life. Third, I want you to know that my grace is sufficient for you. This means that whatever you face, you will have what you need to handle it. Not in advance, not stored up, but in the moment you need it. Your anxiety often comes from projecting yourself into the future without projecting my grace. You imagine facing difficult things, but you imagine facing them without the strength I will give you in that moment. That's why it feels overwhelming. But when that moment actually arrives, my grace will be there. You will have what you need. Stop trying to carry tomorrow's burdens with today's grace. You only have grace for today. Tomorrow, when it becomes today, will have its own grace. Next week will have its own grace. Next year will have its own grace. Trust that I will provide what you need when you need it, not before. Fourth, I want you to know that you are not alone. Anxiety thrives in isolation. It whispers that no one understands, no one cares. You have to figure this out on your own. But those are lies. I am with you every moment of every day. You are never alone. My presence is constant. I do not leave when things get hard. I do not distance myself when you struggle. I am closer to you in your anxiety than at any other time. I am the friend who sticks closer than a brother. I am Emmanuel, God with you. Let my presence comfort you. When anxiety rises, acknowledge my presence. Say out loud, God is with me right now. I am not alone. I will never be alone. Let the reality of my presence calm your fears. Fifth, I want you to know that my perfect love casts out fear. Anxiety is a form of fear. Fear of the future, fear of loss, fear of failure, fear of not being enough. But perfect love casts out fear, and my love for you is perfect. You are perfectly loved. Not because you are perfect, but because I am. My love is not based on your performance. It is not conditional on your behavior. It is fixed, eternal, unchanging, and absolutely secure. Nothing can separate you from my love. When anxiety tells you that you are not enough, my love says you are fully accepted. When anxiety tells you that things will fall apart, my love says I am holding everything together. When anxiety tells you to be afraid, my love says fear not, for I am with you. Receive my love. Let it penetrate your heart. Let it quiet your fears. Let it fill the empty places that anxiety tries to fill. My love is the answer to your anxiety. Now let me speak to you about this week ahead. I want you to enter this week with expectation. Not anxiety about what might go wrong, but expectation for what I am about to do right. This is going to be a week of tremendous blessing. I have prepared good things for you. Doors are about to open. Opportunities are about to emerge. Connections are about to be made. Breakthroughs are about to happen. This is not wishful thinking. This is the reality of what I have already set in motion. But you must position yourself to receive. You must shift from anxiety to expectation. You must open your hands instead of clenching your fists. You must look for blessing instead of watching for disaster. Your posture matters. Let me tell you what I have planned for each day of this week. On the first day, I am releasing clarity over your life. Things that have been confusing will start to make sense. Decisions that have been difficult will become clear. The fog that has been clouding your mind will begin to lift. Ask me for wisdom, and I will give it generously. This is a day of clarity. On the second day, I am releasing provision for your needs. Financial pressure will begin to ease. Resources will show up from unexpected places. What you need will be provided. I am Jehovah Jireh, the Lord who provides, and I am providing for you. This is a day of provision. On the third day, I am releasing healing. Physical, emotional, relational, spiritual healing. Areas of pain will begin to feel relief. Wounds that have been opened will begin to close. Restoration will begin. I am the God who heals, and I am healing you. This is a day of healing. On the fourth day, I am releasing breakthrough. Things that have been stuck will get unstuck. Barriers that have been blocking you will come down. Progress that has been halted will resume. What has felt impossible will suddenly become possible. This is a day of breakthrough. On the 5th day, I am releasing connection. Right relationships will come into your life. Wrong relationships will fade away. You will find your people. You will experience community. Loneliness will be replaced with belonging. This is a day of connection. On the 6th day, I am releasing favor. People will want to help you. Doors will open easily. Things will just work out. You will be in the right place at the right time. My favor will be unmistakable on your life. This is a day of favor. On the 7th day, I am releasing rest. Deep, soul-satisfying rest. You will be able to let go and simply be.